Okay, I'm going to call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal and informal session for October 27th, 2022. It is 10:02 in the morning. And Mr. Heffer, would you please lead us in the flags?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And if you're joining us, just make sure you sign in the back if you are planning to provide testimony. Okay, Commissioners, item C is our calendar session. It looks like we have a SEDCOR Board of Directors meeting next Wednesday, the 2nd, or no, that's not the 2nd, is it?
Which I recently
Yes,
learned
that is the 2nd.
isn't open to the public, so we probably don't need to worry about noticing it as a public meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. I know, which is why I didn't attend that one meeting that was at the tour of the manufacturer.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the DCI tour for commissioners today has been moved to 2 o'clock, so we may or may not be able to make that.
It's on my calendar.
Expeditious is the
Yep.
day, word of the day. And then just a reminder, we were kind of looking forward at the calendar, and because of AOC conference, we don't have a BOC meeting on the 17th. And then because of Thanksgiving, we don't have one on the 24th. So just a heads up that there's a big gap there where we won't have any BOC meetings. Anything else for the calendar?
I think that's it for right now.
Okay. Okay, item D is public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than an agenda item, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. If you're joining us today and you have public comment on anything that is not on the agenda or not part of the public hearing, please come forward. Or if you're online, please raise your virtual hand and we will call on you. Okay, hearing none. And we did receive a little bit of written comment. If everybody saw that.
Yes.
Okay, so item E is our department update. And today we are being joined by our director, Jessica Beach, for community justice. Welcome, Jessica.
Great. Do I need to bring this forward a little bit
There you
better?
go.
There we go. There we go. Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I always appreciate the opportunity to come before you and provide a bit of an update with regard to the Department of Community Justice. And just for those that may not be familiar, Community Justice oversees our Adult Parole and Probation Division, our Juvenile Probation Division, a 24-bed juvenile detention facility, our Adult Pretrial Justice Program, and our Work Crew program in partnership with our sheriff. So I will try to be brief today because I know you have a very busy agenda, but please feel free to stop me as I go through if you have any questions or other related agenda items. So I will begin with the adult division. So I'm pleased to report to you, I was before you a couple weeks ago with regard to a Justice Reinvestment Capacity Building Grant. We were one of 11 submissions to the Criminal Justice Commission, and we were officially approved for that grant funding last Wednesday, October 19th. So we are currently pending a revision of our current Justice Reinvestment Amendment for the $35,000 allotted through the use of December of 2023 for the purpose of building on a diversity equity plan. And as you may recall, we are intending to use that for consultation and for training, and we'll be working with our local criminal justice stakeholders and liaison commissioner on that work moving forward. So we're very excited by that opportunity. With regard to our day management center located on 707 Ford Street, we are scheduling, I'm happy to say, because we haven't done so because of COVID the last 2 years, but we have a holiday event scheduled for our justice involved individuals and their families. That will be held on December 8th from 3 to 6 p.m. And we invite folks to come. We have gifts and crafts for the kids. We have some snacks and some food and even an appearance from Santa Claus. So we're very excited about that event and being able to offer that in person again. Lastly, on the adult side, we completed our annual domestic violence warrant sweep also last week, October 19th. This is actually a statewide jurisdictional event. And I'm pleased to tell you that we had 4 teams that participated, and that included our adult POs, victim advocates, our district attorney, and a representative from all of our law enforcement agencies. So great participation locally. And we actually had a great outcome. So we had 6 arrests for those that had warrants and 2 that are pending arrests for folks that apparently were not where they were supposed to be or reported being. So these are pretrial folks or post-prison folks that are currently under charges for domestic violence. So we participate in that every year, and we were very successful this year.
Excuse me, Jessica, question.
Yes.
Why is it that it's just at this particular time? So in other words, that effort wasn't expended prior to this? Is this part of, anyway, I'm not sure I
It's
understand.
part of the Domestic Violence Victim Awareness Month, which is October. You may notice a lot of folks wear purple for the significance of that month. Certainly, we do occasionally have sweeps at other times of the year, certainly, but this is a statewide event that occurs across the state of Oregon.
Okay, so we haven't neglected to address these individuals or arrest them prior to this. We weren't waiting for like, okay, now we can do it. It's Victim Domestic Violence Month.
I appreciate the clarification. Absolutely not. At any time, we can go out and look for these individuals and certainly do so with mindfulness of victim safety. This just happens to be a very calculated event with numerous amounts of volunteers across law enforcement agencies.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
absolutely. Absolutely. Moving on to juvenile probation. I'm very pleased to say that our juvenile drug court has seen an increase in youth participation. We're very fortunate, luckily, in Yamhill County to have a juvenile drug court because not all jurisdictions do. And we do currently receive Criminal Justice Commission specialty court funds to support that. At one point, I will say during COVID, we had so few participants that there was question about whether or not we could continue the program because of the docketing and the time required and the numerous participants that are involved in our court. But I'm pleased to say participation is up and we continue to move forward and are very successful, especially with the support and the grant funding from the Criminal Justice Commission. You may recall in years past, we had a grant, I believe, for the last 2 biennium through the Oregon Education Department for an education transition specialist that assisted our juvenile youth in getting back into school services, transitioning from detention, or if they'd been out of school services. And unfortunately, we received that grant for the 21-23 biennium. We just were not successful in our recruitment. But I'm pleased to say that the funding became available through other legislation, through the Multnomah County Education Service District. So they are providing that service to us free to Yamhill County with other grant funds through the state as of July 1. And so we're still benefiting from the same service through MESD. So I'm pleased to say that we're still able to provide that service to our youth. It's very, very important. And then lastly, with regard to juvenile probation, just wanted to share with the commissioners that we had a couple staff nominations at our Oregon Juvenile Director Conference, which was held in September. We actually had 2 nominees with our juvenile probation for the Officer of the Year, John D. Riviera, and for our Juvenile Detention Officer of the Year, Aaron Stotler. And I want to say approximately 4 folks are nominated each year, and they receive free registration to attend the conference. So we were very pleased and we're delighted with both of these staff, even though they weren't selected as the actual Employee of the Year. We sure think highly of them.
Yeah.
So a couple updates with detention, and I'll finish up. You may recall we had several daily bed use for detention come through contract updates. This last year, we did have to increase our costs just simply because of the actual costs of the daily beds with regard to medical, food, administration, staff costs and such. Everyone was very amenable to that, and we are very strong in those partnerships. And all of the agencies we partner with, and I'll name a few, Washington, Clatsop, Polk, Tillamook, Crook, and Columbia, are very pleased with the service that we provide and the staff that we currently employ in detention. So pleased to tell you that. We do continue to have staffing issues, as I think a lot of agencies and departments across the state of Oregon are experiencing currently. Good news, we were able to fill our vacant full-time regular corrections specialist positions. So we do have a new employee that started a couple of weeks ago. However, we do have all three of our current part-time regular staff positions are vacant. So you'll be seeing a recruitment for that. And we do continue to have issues with our on-call recruitment as well, which remains open because we're always in need of that staffing, certainly. I'm also pleased to share with you that all their 2022 detention inspections were successfully completed. Annually required per statute for the Department of Corrections, the Fire Marshal, Fire Systems and Health Department to come through. And then every 2 years, our grand jury comes through as well. And all of those were very successful, and we received great and excellent feedback. And lastly, I'm also pleased to talk about our juvenile work crew, which during COVID became very, very sparse, to the point where at one point we were offering services, well, actually not offering services at all, and then up to once or twice a Saturday per month. We are back up to every Saturday, which is excellent. And we are receiving wood donations from local partners and agencies throughout the county. And we're actually able to provide wood delivery to our customers, which was on hold with COVID and because of lack of referrals and staffing. So we are pleased to say that is back up and running, and we hope to continue to build upon it. So with that, that concludes all of the updates that I had for the Community Justice Division, unless you have any questions for me, Commissioners.
Director, I have a few questions. So just to clarify, the holiday celebration, is that just with immediate family? And
It is,
you-
yes. And we
okay.
actually send out a flyer to all the POs. They share it with their justice involved individuals who have primarily small children and who may be underserved and not able to provide
Mhm.
what they would like to for their children. And we actually have a sign up list, so we know how many folks to expect, so we can have an appropriate amount of food, snacks, crafts, and gifts for the little kids.
That's great. Yeah. And then on the education service providers, wasn't that being handled by a Multnomah County educator before?
It was not. It was actually a county employee that we hired
Okay.
for 2 bienniums ago because we received a Oregon Education Department grant. And so it
Okay.
was actually a really innovative idea. A lot of folks looked to Yamahill County for that model. And then there was some funding that came through new legislation that made it possible for them to offer it. And the timing was perfect because we just weren't able to recruit and we had to decline the grant,
Return
which was
that
really
grant.
unfortunate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
But I
my,
think the one who's in detention, at least was employed by Multnomah.
Yes,
Okay, maybe
that-
that's,
Talking about the
maybe
one
that's what I was
outside, that's
thinking
not
of.
in detention.
Okay.
Yeah.
excellent
The detention
clarification.
facility.
Exactly. We have a teacher that we contract through MESD who provides education to our youth at our school in detention.
Right.
You were
Okay.
on it. It was
Gotcha.
just-
And then this specialist that I'm referring to actually works in our probation division.
Okay.
They're not physically there now. They actually work in Multnomah County. But my understanding is they're a great benefit and resource to us.
Okay. And then my last question was, we kind of talked about Measure 112 a little bit on our calls. But how do you see, you just talked about the juvenile work crew kind of coming back up and running. How do you see Measure 112 affecting that? Because
That's a great question.
when you read the measure, it sounds like common sense, I'm going to assume it's going to pass. So
Absolutely.
How's
Well,
that?
so it's a great question. It's also been a discussion point on the adult division as well. As
Right.
you know, we have a work crew program. The articulation that I would have is that we wouldn't consider it servitude. It is voluntary and they actually receive payment and they're able to pay restitution back to victims of the youth crimes that they would maybe not be able
Mhm.
to pay back. So I don't personally see it as equivalent,
Yeah.
but certainly if the bill passes, that would be a restricted resource, which I would see as really unfortunate because it's one of the only restorative justice programs that we can offer with our juvenile system.
Okay.
Did that help answer your question?
So financial impact, not just on those individuals necessarily, but also on our parks division and all the other, fairgrounds
Also
and all
on
the
our
things that we
parks
do.
division, absolutely. Also on our victims and the ability to pay back restitution on the juvenile side.
Yeah.
And that's a big piece, as you know, oftentimes juveniles don't have jobs. We don't expect them to have jobs focusing on other
Yeah.
things. And so oftentimes work crew is the only ability they have to pay that back. So to victims, even though it may be a small equivalent financially, it means a lot.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any further questions?
No, thank you. And I'm very happy to hear about the juvenile work program because
Yeah.
I know that for some of these kids, it's the first time they've had any accountability or structure. And they complain the whole time they're getting on the bus, but they come back and they're tired and they've done a full day's work for sure.
I appreciate your saying that, Commissioner, because I agree with you. I think it shows accountability. It provides the kids with some additional activity, especially on the weekends when they're not in school. And they, receive job skills and they learn about waking up early and going out and having a hard day and coming back and feeling good about what they have given back to the community.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't have additional questions, but thank you, Director. It's good to have you here.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think that's any teenager struggling to get up and out of bed. The microphone, is it just me or is the microphone a little bit echoey? Is that going to affect our audio?
I think it's
Might
just you.
be me. I'm a little foggy today.
Don't know how to answer.
Okay, so item F is our work session. We have nothing on the agenda. Item G is consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, Commissioner Kula moves approval. Is there further discussion?
No, Chair.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Let's see.
And with thanks to Darren for serving on the safety committee.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, item H is old business. We have nothing under old business. Item I. Other business, I1 is discussion of the Mercury Total Maximum Daily Load or TMDL implementation plan. And I believe we are being joined by Director Lago. And we have a presentation, is that right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So take it away.
So good morning.
Morning.
So I'd like to just hit some high points of the cover sheet and then I'll turn it over to our Tetra Tech. So in March 2021, Yamaha County received a final notice that the county has been listed as designated management agency, a DMA, by the Oregon DEQ according to the 2019 final revised Willamette Basin Mercury TMDL. The TMDL implementation plan is required through the Federal Clean Water Act and DEQ. As a DMA, Yamaha County is responsible for implementing strategies to reduce mercury through the TMDL implementation plan. So in September 21, county hired Tetra Tech to develop such a plan. A final draft was submitted before September 2nd of 22. And the TMDL implementation plan is required to have an annual report submitted to DEQ each year before September 30th. All components of this plan will be completed in 2027. And after a 5-year period, the plan will be reviewed and updated. The program will require that an ordinance be developed over the next 4 years, and the board should know there will be financial implications each year to manage this program. I would also like to point out that the plan only applies to inside the county right-of-way lines and does not apply to private property outside the right-of-way. Also, the ordinance that will need to be written is for erosion and settlement control and we can simply write, actually adopt the DEQ erosion and sediment control manual for that. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Max Hutley and Helen Purcell from Tetra Tech, who will give us a PowerPoint presentation on the plan.
Thank you, Mark. Can
Thank
you just,
And just to clarify, you said this only applies to the county's right of way.
Correct.
So 20 feet out from all of our roads. From the center
Roughly.
of
So
our roads.
basically where the
Okay.
ditch line is at, the back of the ditch.
Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And then in between with the road.
It also applies to like our equipment and things like that, but beyond what beyond equipment, it's the right of way, really.
Right. So right where the property line would start. I think that's what you're trying to say. Are you there, Matt?
yes, can you hear me, Mark?
It says Matt's talking, but we can't hear him.
So I'm seeing that I'm unmuted.
Yep.
There you go.
You're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for the introduction. As Mark mentioned, my name is Matt Huxley. I'm a consultant with Tetra Tech Incorporated. And with me today on the Zoom call, I have Helen Purcell. Helen Purcell is a civil engineer, and she's the primary author of the Mercury TMDL implementation plan that we have prepared for Yamhill County. I think I can see the presentation up there on the screen, so I assume it's presenting okay. So I'm just going to go through the slides here. Just a quick background on why we're doing this. So I'm going to see if I can scroll to the next slide. Here we go. So essentially, this process started back in the early 2000s. At that time, there was no total maximum daily load established for mercury on the Willamette River. EPA and DEQ put together a TNDL for the river over, they established a target over several years, and then early 2021, they established the actual numerical limit of the total maximum daily load. And part of that is to establish a reduction target between 88% and 97% reduction of mercury that is being contributed to the river. EPA had designated Oregon Department of Environmental Quality as the authority to ensure the compliance with this total maximum daily load. DEQ then established a ruling to stipulate that all governmental jurisdictions, that includes counties within the Willamette Basin, need to implement a TMDL reduction plan in order to help comply with this TMDL target. As Mark said, for us, that just applies to property that the county owns and controls. So for the most part, roads, and then public works yards and parks and other properties, which I'll get into. There are different and specific requirements for the different type of the entity. So cities have their own management strategies that they're required to implement, and counties have similar strategies, but understanding that counties and cities are very different in their makeup. So obviously this plan is written for the county targets. And then DEQ assigns each of these governmental agencies as a designated management agency. So as a DMA, you're responsible for implementing these management strategies and then tracking their progress. So that's a little bit in the background. This slide just outlines the extent of the county that lies within the watershed that contributes to the Willamette River. As you can see, almost the entirety of the county lies within the watershed. So the sources of mercury in Yamhill County, most of it is actually airborne. It's coming from coal-fired power stations, largely in China and Asia, crossing the Pacific, and then it's falling as rainfall in Oregon on the county, and then runs off from roads into ditches, and then ditches to creeks, and then into the river. There are a couple of other minor sources, but for the most part, more than 90% originates from rainfall. So because of that reason, the best management practices that are outlined in this plan are really directed to managing the surface runoff and then reducing erosion. And that's important because the mercury builds up in the soil, and then erosion remobilizes that sediment and mercury and transports it to the river. We talk about these as non-point sources because they're distributed throughout the county. Other practices include forestry, agriculture, hazelnut orchards, water conveyances. So again, ditches, streams, rivers. And then, as I mentioned before, most of it is actually atmospheric deposition from rainfall. About 90% of all mercury is from those sources. And then point sources would be a single point source like an industrial discharge or a mine. And they would be specifically covered under a stormwater permit, the NPDES permit 1200 series. So this slide just talks a little bit about the implementation plan. As I mentioned before, DEQ requires all the DMAs to develop a TMDL implementation plan specific for mercury. As Mark mentioned, Tetra Tech was hired to complete the implementation plan, and DEQ had a deadline of September the 2nd this year to submit at least the draft implementation plan. So we prepared the plan in association with county staff, input from Mark and from the county planning department, and we submitted the plan and met this deadline of September the 2nd. DEQ reviewed the plan. We went through a couple of rounds of comments, and we've just now addressed the final comments and submitted the final version of the plan just last week. DEQ published the guidelines of specifically what the plan has to include and what it has to address. Counties that do not have the municipal stormwater 4 permits are required to address 4 specific actions on all county controlled land and rights of way. And I'll talk about those a little bit further on. Again, just to stress this point that Mark made earlier, that you are not responsible for other discharge management agencies within the county. So McMinnville, Sheridan, state agencies like ODOT. Specifically, this is just for county right-of-way and county properties. And then you have 5 years to implement these strategies per the DEQ ruling. So the next couple of slides just touch on all of these 4 categories and what it is you're required to do to address these categories. And the first point I want to stress is that you're actually already doing most of these anyway, just through your day-to-day operations. So for instance, the first program, pollution prevention and good housekeeping for county operations. DEQ says that you must properly operate and maintain lands, properties, and facilities using prudent pollution prevention and good housekeeping measures, and through appropriate staff training to reduce the discharge of mercury-related pollutants to water bodies. Again, most of this you're doing already just with things like roadside management. I'm not going to get into the details, but the point being is that there's not a lot of additional effort that you need to do to already meet the requirements. The second management program, public education outreach. Again, you must conduct public education outreach to reduce mercury and mercury-related pollutants on county lands and properties as applicable. So those activities should include outreach to the property owners adjacent to the county roads and ditches. So specifically farms, orchards, forestry activities as examples. And then in addition, public outreach must include efforts to encourage and facilitate reporting of sediment-related issues or concerns from the public. Again, I'll get into this, but you're already doing much of this already. Then the next 2 programs include the enforcement of prohibited pollutants. So you have to maintain a procedure or a system to document all complaints or reports of mercury and mercury-related pollutant discharge to county lands and properties and to water bodies from county lands and properties. And then the last program, construction site runoff control. Essentially, you have to control runoff from construction sites through issuing permits. So the permit language must require erosion, sediment, and waste material management controls. and then prioritize where these building and grading permit requirements are applied. So if you're requiring that all development submit 1200C permits, then you already meet this management program. Okay, so this gives you just an example of a best management practice. So just to reiterate, a BMP or best management practice are actions that the county can take to mitigate mercury pollution. Again, stressing that it's primarily focused on erosion prevention. And I keep saying this, but I'll keep saying it again, that you already have a lot of these measures in place because of just general stormwater targets to reduce transport of sediment into rivers and surface waters of the state. The table on the right here, this is taken from DEQ's TMDL document, giving some examples and requirements for management strategies. So for roads, this includes identifying and prioritizing roads and ditches that contribute sediment and runoff to water bodies. A best management practice would include planting, retaining vegetation in ditches, reducing the use of pesticides, and then giving special attention to unimproved and gravel roads in high traffic areas, or roads where traffic consists of heavy machinery use near quarries or other activities that can exacerbate dust and track out concerns. So again, anything that will mobilize that dust and sediment that gets into water bodies. Now, the management strategy is to develop a stormwater management plan that ensures that pre-construction and post-construction stormwater runoff from roads, highways, and bridges is treated prior to discharge of water body. You require 1200C permits to control construction stormwater runoff, so you're doing this anyway. Third bullet point, prioritizing and replacing undersized or improperly designed culverts that can increase flow velocities and cause erosion of sediment around the ditch and culvert. So essentially, if you have a culvert that's too small, water can flow too fast through it and then can cause erosion downstream that then releases that sediment containing mercury back into surface water. We'll talk specifically about that bullet point a little bit further on. And then the last bullet point here is developing and implementing an operation and maintenance program with a schedule of regular and long-term inspection and maintenance, ensuring the proper operation and effectiveness of both structural and source controls. So it's a long way of saying that you just want to have an O&M program that has regular inspection and maintenance of your county-owned roads, culverts, and anything else that could contribute mercury runoff to the river, which again, you're already doing most of that anyway. Very quickly touch on the other management strategies in the DEQ document. Riparian buffers. So planting and retaining adequate riparian buffers along water bodies on county properties, such as parks, riverfront properties, is important because it provides natural filtering of sediments. If you're doing this anyway to meet temperature reduction targets or just good practice, then you already meet this requirement. And then the second point under the riparian buffers is to develop an enforceable ordinance that establishes a minimum buffer along streams, wetlands, lakes, and other water bodies. And then the last management strategy under this category to talk about is on-site stormwater management. So the goal here is to reduce the percent of new impervious surfaces by prioritizing on-site stormwater infiltration on county-owned properties or existing properties, new development and redevelopment. And then lastly, encouraging other developers to implement low-impact design standards on large development sites. So this is really a design standards and ordinance question. We can talk about a little bit further on. Okay, so talking here a little bit about the structure of the report. So the goal of this TMDL plan is essentially to demonstrate to DEQ that you already have measures and programs in place that target mercury pollution, and to show plans that we can expand on to meet specific mercury reduction goals. There's not a lot more you actually have to do. And again, just to stress the point that you are already doing management practices that address mercury runoff. Some of those additional best management practices include recommendations for collaborative opportunities, and then some suggested strategies from DEQ as well that we can talk about in the next couple of slides. And then also just to stress that you're getting credit already because of the work you're doing to address this general sediment runoff. Okay, so this slide just talks a little bit about the existing best management practices that you're currently doing that are applicable to mercury control. So under this first category of pollution prevention and good housekeeping for municipal operations, so actively maintaining roadside vegetation of county controlled roads, you're already doing this. The second BMP is developing a GIS database of county maintained assets, document the condition, and identify those in need of replacement or repair. So you're already doing this, but the third point, identify and prioritize county roads and ditches that contribute sediment runoff to water bodies. Again, that's something you're doing, but we can also tailor that to mercury reduction as well. And then the last two bullet points, developing and implementing an O&M program. You already have an O&M program, so you meet that requirement. And then retaining and planting adequate riparian buffers along water bodies on county properties. Then just moving on, public education and outreach, soliciting public input on TMDL implementation plan. Again, you're doing this. And then the second point, coordinating with adjacent landowners. And then in this case for the county, that's specific to agricultural lands and the rural property owners under the county jurisdiction. So we're already doing this in conjunction with the Watershed Council and the Soil and Conservation District. The third category here, enforcement of prohibited pollutants, just maintaining a database and of complaints, and then a means to which the public can report those complaints and water quality problems. So you can do that with phone number or with the website. So again, I know we're doing this already. Okay. Couple more slides just to touch on. The last or the fourth category that we have to address is construction site runoff control. Again, just to stress, we're already doing this. So requiring stormwater detention and water quality measures with development, that's already in your code. Requiring construction permits that contain provisions to protect sites from soil erosion. Requiring erosion control for county construction projects, which we do through grading and erosion control plans in the 1200C permit, and then managing development within the defined protected overlay districts, which we do through the development standards. Okay, and then these next couple of slides talk about the additional BMPs that we have to implement to meet the DEQ requirements. I touched on this first one, so pollution prevention and municipal operations for good housekeeping. It's really just one action we have to do here, and that's prioritizing and replacing undersized or improperly designed culverts. So I mentioned that's important because if they're too small, you can get excessive velocities and then can cause excessive erosion. So this is something that I believe has been started, but ultimately, we need to develop a comprehensive database that lists all of the undersized culverts in the county and then prioritize which culverts should be replaced first. Second category, public education and outreach. So coordinating with adjacent agencies and overlapping jurisdictions. I mentioned we're doing some of this, but there are some other jurisdictions that we could and should be coordinating with. And then second bullet point, coordinating and supporting the Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District and the Greater Yamhill Watershed Council and their incentives and programs. So we know they're already outreaching to we know they have grants available to property owners to assist in planting and restoration. So here the county can support their activities in doing the outreach to these property owners and just making them aware that these grants exist. Enforcement of the prohibited pollutants. So we've identified that there's some additional ordinances that are outlined in the comprehensive plan that should be enforced. And then the second bullet point, requiring stormwater and discharge permits from the existing and future mining operations. This is just something that we brought up here because there are active mine claims in the county, even though there are no active mines. Mines can be a significant source of mercury point source pollution, and they would fall under DEQ's 1200 C permit, actually 1200 Z permit, I'm sorry. So if there's ever an application for a new mining operation, just to point out that they will be subject to the 1200 C permit. Then the last category, construction site runoff control. There's really just one additional BMP we have to do here, and that's addressing this goal of reducing the percentage of new impervious surfaces. So if you're expanding a parking lot at a boat ramp or a park, then to consider means of doing that wouldn't create a new impervious surface, would just be an example. So that would be something that would have to be codified into the county's development guidelines and standards. Okay, this slide talks about what we're required to report and when to DEQ. So these are straight from DEQ's requirements. So for pollution prevention and good housekeeping for municipal operation, DEQ requires 18 months to comply from the date of the TMDL issuance. Now the TMDL was issued on February 4th, 2021. So 18 months puts us into September 2022 or last month. As I mentioned earlier on, we're already meeting most of the pollution prevention and good housekeeping for municipal operations already. Likewise, for the public education outreach, again, they gave us 18 months from the TMDL issuance date, which meant we had to comply by last month. But again, stress the point that we're already doing most of the public and education and outreach that's required. The enforcement of prohibited pollutants, DEQ gave the counties 3 years, so that gives us until March 2024 to comply. And then for construction site runoff control, they've given us 4.5 years, so that sees us through to September 2025 to comply. We do have to report every year to DEQ on the status of the accomplishments with updates and any challenges that we've had in meeting the BMPs and the goals in the management program. Then every 5 years, we have to submit a report to DEQ that includes an evaluation of the effectiveness of the BMPs and then propose revisions to the plan to help come into compliance. So this slide just talks a little bit about the financial impacts. So we talked about this, and the general consensus is that this will probably require a full-time position just to monitor the progress of the plan and to just track the effectiveness. It's something that's suggested in the report, but DEQ is not going to hold the county to this. They're not going to require that you hire someone for this position. This is just something that we think will be needed. And then if, say, within the first few months or year of implementing the plan, that we find that in actuality, a new hire is not needed, then those responsibilities can be slotted in with the duties of an existing position. And that can be added to the annual update of the plan. So kind of just in closing here, just to reiterate, so some of the projects that are to be determined still include working on the largest culverts in the county, the ones that would be the most capital intensive and have the greatest impact. So that would be part of the plan for prioritizing the culvert replacement, but again, require a bit more analysis to determine if they should be repaired or have to be replaced outright. And this can also be done in conjunction with meeting, say, fish passage rules. Bridge scouring too is something that's worth looking at, just because bridge structures can also contribute to excessive scouring if they're not properly sized or designed. And then also looking at projects that are currently underway, not specifically because they're required by this ruling, but that may have a beneficial impact to mercury reduction. And then lastly, just to finish up here on discussing the current status and the next steps. So as I mentioned just at the beginning here, we did have a final round of comments from DEQ week before last, just minor comments, just clarifications on timelines. They've been addressed, and then the updated and we hope the revised final TMDL plan has been resubmitted to DEQ. So now we're just waiting on an official acceptance from DEQ. Once that letter of acceptance has been received, the next step then is to begin the outreach process for public comment on the plan and the plan adoption. And then following that, we recommend evaluating current projects underway and then prioritizing those as part of the planning process. So that closes out the presentation. Just very quickly wanted to invite Helen Purcell just to make sure if there's anything you'd like to add, Helen.
No, thank you, Matt. I think you covered it all.
Okay, thanks, Helen. And thank you, Mark. I'm turning this back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Is there
Okay.
is there any questions?
Mark. Yes, there's lots. And there was not my area of expertise, but so in the beginning, he talked about an MS4 permit. What is that and why don't we have one?
It goes by population. It really is for cities. That would be a MS4 permit would be, let's say, Portland, Beaverton, the Bears, and then there's MS4 phase 2, which would be smaller jurisdictions like McMinnville and I think Newburgh might fall into that. So that goes by
By
population.
population.
Right.
Okay. We heard a lot about the requirements. We're already meeting a lot of the requirements or doing those things proactively. So in terms of enforcement, how does this change from our current policy?
Well, the enforcement part will probably be part of the ordinance, but basically we're hoping to get more outreach to let's say a hazelnut farmer who actually is just spraying the right of way, and we'll actually have to do more hydroseed projects in that area to actually capture some of that sediment that's coming off. And I need to look also with other jurisdictions at what they're doing for the enforcement. We can be as harsh or as easy on that as possible, but believe that through education, we're not even going to have to enforce. People really shouldn't be, as I call, nuking or spraying the right of way anyway. So more just talking to them about that. So
Okay.
it's something we're actually learning as we're going along to find out what the enforcement is and what other jurisdictions are doing. So it's going to be a learning curve there. That's why we have until March of 24 to establish that, which obviously I'll be coming before all you with that.
Okay, so we're concerned about private owners, landowners affecting county right of way specifically.
Yeah, so we're like the orchardists that'll actually have that erosion coming into our ditches.
Okay. It says, this was on page 32, but I think there was 32 of our packet. But anyway, it says, we want to document property owners and their attendance at info sessions and maintain a file of property owner applications. What does that really mean? And what does that look like? It feels a little bit like the heavy hand of government and Big Brother, and we're watching people, and I'm not sure I like that part of it.
It's just, we have to, per the DEQ rule, just when someone calls and states that someone's just flat out, let's take it a construction project, and they're not have their sediment control in there with the catch basins, or the runoff is just running right into the ditch. We would actually document that, as they call it, and then document what we've done to talk to that contractor about what he needs to do to control that runoff.
Okay.
What page was that?
I have 32 written down, but I don't think it might be in the packet number 32.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, how does DEQ actually measure whether or not this is working, because if we can't control everyone else's actions, then why are we being held to a higher standard?
That is a very good question, and I wish I had a good answer for you. I guess there could be possible some testing done within the Willamette River, but then you have a lot of other people that are contributing into like the Yamhill River that goes into the Willamette.
Mhm.
This is something that's pretty much just forced upon us. I wish I
Okay.
had a better answer.
Because it did say the city of McMinnville and Cascade Steel are discharging directly into the South Yamhill River. So
Right, but that would,
there are other people in this partnership.
oh, yes, and obviously that would be under the McMinnville Stormwater.
Right,
Yeah.
they have their own NPDS.
They would probably be an MS
They have
for
their own
phase 2, I would think.
Okay.
But as far as the question about how measurement it is, it's going to be based upon essentially turbidity in water in the Yamhill.
Okay. It seems, maybe it's just me, but it seems like if most of the mercury pollutant is coming from the air, and then you have other private people polluting in various ways, I'm just not sure how, it's almost like a losing game. I don't see how we could ever possibly meet the requirements as a county.
And that's why we're just trying to document what we're doing to show that we're doing the best we can to reduce that mercury in county right of ways as well as properties and parks.
Okay. It talked a little bit about the potentially cost to developers, or, if you have a new development or if you're working on a construction project. Is that just county related, or is that going to apply to anyone?
Pretty much anybody that's going to be doing construction would actually have to control their runoff or dust control and all that. That you actually will need to get a permit to do that anyway.
And that's
Already.
That's their
Yes.
planning,
Okay.
correct? Director
Well,
Kirby?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I figured there was some permit that was already.
Yes,
given.
we do have, and that's why you see around construction sites, bales of hay
Yeah.
and things like that to try to contain the runoff. And yeah, for larger construction projects, there are DEQ requirements that are enforced on those sites already. So
Okay.
this is just really documenting and requiring us to do more. But a lot of this is something that we already do. So.
Oh, and I found your the question about page 32. It's actually under public education and outreach,
Mhm.
and it's if there's a public education event with soil water conservation district or watershed council, to note that like people actually attended is what.
From those districts?
Yeah, no, like people from the community, because that's the public education and outreach
I
component.
see. Okay.
Because if nobody shows up, then I'm guessing DEQ will be like, why did nobody show up to all of your events?
Okay.
And I've already been in communication with the city of McMinnville to share those those outreach opportunities. The same thing will happen with soil and water and other cities like Carlton, for example.
Okay. And then it says, I wrote down it requires one new full-time employee. That sounds like it may not be a requirement, but who pays for that person?
That would actually come out of the road department. And when we started working on this, so well, it's been a year, it was pretty overwhelming what this all required. So I had to shoot in the dark to what we need to be able to do all this. There's quite a lot of monitoring and evaluating we need to do. It's on the back of this. You might have seen that in the back pages of this. So, but we are doing a lot of things already that learning more about this, like the culverts. We're already replacing some of our culverts. So that's one of the items we need to do. We're already doing that. We're already identifying where our culverts are at by GIS right now, even though we're only 30% done. We have over 3,200 of them. So
Right.
we were always doing these things before this came about. Now it's just a way of documenting what we're doing to DEQ in the state.
And
Okay.
I can add that.
Sure.
I know that you're working on the job description for the vegetation management person. It seems like a natural fit to have this person also be responsible for
No.
that, but I don't know if
No,
that's
that-
asking too much of them.
No, that would be correct. And it's more a water quality as well.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Mark first.
Oh.
Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry. I feel like all of this sort of these types of things you get dumped in like a department head's lap, and they have to figure out how to move forward. And so it's thank you for your willingness to work on this. I have some significant concerns. I look at, for instance, budgetarily, we've got the habitat conservation plan, which is a requirement, which requires staff time and money, and you have that. Now you have this, and we're being asked for a staffing consideration, perhaps ordinances, enforcement. What would enforcement look like? I know it would be tied to the ordinance, but specifically, what would our enforcement capabilities, what could they conceivably be?
I wish I had an answer for you. That's why I'm going to reach out to other counties and see what they're doing or what they're actually putting within their ordinance.
Okay, the other thing is like a lot of state agencies will ask for public comment. And then in the same breath, we're talking about, public comment, and then people make comments, and then the state agency does what they were going to do anyway. So here the provision is for public comment and then plan adoption. So basically a waste of time for people to comment on this. And then, because ultimately we've got to do this anyway. Is that just an exercise and let's pretend you have a voice here?
Well, it's definitely thrown upon us to implement these rules. So can't argue with what you're saying.
Okay. The other thing is one of the significant source points of mercury in our world is dental amalgam. I see it's referenced here in the Cove Orchard because that is a sanitary district, but there are none that are hooked up to that. But if we are supposed to be mitigating mercury pollution, that being a significant source point, they call out construction sites, farming, coal-fired plants in Asia, but we're not addressing mercury. Is that something that the cities will be addressing? And because not only from a public health concern, which I've been vocal about, but the environmental impacts to that kind of a mercury concentration, and also from crematorium, which is another source of mercury. It's unpleasant, but it is a source of airborne mercury. So is that something that's going to be mitigated through the cities? Because if we're on the hook for that, that is an airborne source and it is a water source if you're looking at dental amalgam.
The city should have a plan in place. When I was at the city of River, we had that that was in the early 2000s. We had the same thing, educating the dentists of what they were putting actually into the sewer, which would get into the sewer plant, treatment plant would then eventually get into the Columbia. So cities should have already a plan to address those type of things.
And then as far as public outreach, is any of, are you aware of any of the public outreach, any of that information, including that aspect or including what the public can do aside from, just strictly runoff?
Well, here, the county really, all we have really is the runoff. Of course, we do have the sanitary sewer district in Cove Orchard. But like you said, there isn't, there could be some education actually within them about what they're actually putting within their sewer, which is then getting into the groundwater. That's true. We're looking at just doing some outreach with, basically it's going to come down to educating the farmers out there that they could put some kind of riparian zone grass on the edge of their property before it gets into the ditches to try to help out with that. And actually that there's funds out there through, I think it's Soil and Water to actually give them money to be able to plant that out there. I know they're trying to maximize their land with what they have, but maybe the orchardist, when I say orchardist, it's a term I keep using from Middle River, but the hazelnut and filbert orchards, maybe they could have, they need to come out with those wide turns to pick up, does that mean? To pick up all of their nuts on the ground. Maybe they can have a little bit of an area 2 foot wide before the ditch line, or just possibly we can actually, as the county, hydroseed those areas on the ditch line which gives that riparian area to filter before it gets in. So I think it's just an outreach to the farmers of what we're trying to do and what they can try to help the county as well.
And I'd like to, I just want to make sure that, that you, I'm sure you understand this, but just it bears repeating is that the county is not responsible for the runoff or the behavior or the activities of farms or forests, right? That's the discharge management agency that's charged with working with farmers and foresters, or ODF for foresters, and the Oregon Department of Agriculture. So like we're not being told, DEQ is not being told, doesn't tell us, hey, you need to do anything on farms. But because the right of way is the county's jurisdiction, we have to do things about what's in the right of way.
Well, I just go back to compare it to the Habitat Conservation Plan, because while,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I mean,
Yeah, I
there
think
are
that's a good comparison.
similarities there in
Yeah.
terms of how we're managing, and then what private landowners are sort of adjacent to that. So sorry to
Yeah.
make you the fall guy here, and we're shooting the messenger, and that's not our intention. But once again, we see these, you know, they're unfunded mandates. They are significant. Your budget can't take another hit, and because people are desperately wanting their roads to be maintained, and we're having a hard time doing that. So just know that whatever we can do to mitigate this, I believe I'm speaking for myself at the board level, because I think this is wholly unfair. Once again, what we're dumping on the counties. Thank you
Yeah.
for letting me have my say.
I agree. And I think when you think about forest land owners or timber companies, they employ a team of people who are riparian buffer zone experts
Yeah.
who constantly monitor these things and monitor the water quality. I'm just not sure, because it's not just about, hiring a full-time employee. You actually have to expedite your work on our culverts, which requires a lot of labor to do so. So I think my concern is that the budgetary impact, financial impact is a lot more than just hiring somebody.
That is true. There's more to just the hiring the person. I mean, I think I talked about in my update about Stiller's Mill culvert that we're looking at doing, and how that simple culvert is now 8 feet, will become a 16-foot culvert. There's a lot more culverts that we're going to have to put out there. That's fish passage, also helping the erosion as well. And it's also, the culverts are deficient. So it's just one more thing we're adding to the pile of what we need to do with our culverts. And the bridges, we're already out there. We've done several scouring repair this year by my crew. So we've been knocking those out, not even knowing it was going to be part of this DEQ implementation plan.
Okay. And they're saying that is that considered pollution prevention? Is the culvert work?
Yes, that'd be part
Okay,
of
so
that.
we're already past the timeline.
Well, and that is confusing. And I talked to DEQ actually this morning about that.
Okay.
And it's the date of issuance. So they issued it back in February. For us, we got a letter in March. But because the county is already doing a lot of these things, that's considered that we've met that requirement.
Okay.
We just need to expand it more.
So hopefully they'll give us some leeway in terms of time that it takes to.
Yeah, that's why
fund
I
this
believe
to
it's
do this
March
work.
24 now. There could be other counties out there that aren't doing anything.
Okay. So this isn't statewide, it's just counties that are in the basins.
Correct.
In the lower Willamette.
Lower Willamette
Yeah.
Basin.
That
I'm
map
learning
you
the terminology about the Huck 8. Yeah, so
Okay.
that particular.
Yeah, there was a picture that Matt showed. I think it was the 4th or 5th slide.
What, with the exception that larger counties have already been subject to it. So it's like Columbia, us, and another county. Maybe it's Polk. So there's only a few that are newly in it.
Okay. So what do you need from us? Anything in terms
No,
of
I'll be-
action?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
And sorry, Director Lago, I think this might be a question for Matt or Helen. Sorry, guys. See ya. And that's it says develop an enforceable ordinance that establishes a minimum buffer along streams, wetlands, lakes, and other water bodies. And if we're only talking about county property? Are we only talking about county property?
We are, for example.
That's what I'm pretty
yeah,
sure. Okay.
Exactly, a park. I mean, we have lots of park there along streams, and so that we've already established that just by the nature of it.
Right. And so that's, I guess, the language, and it's not really that it's an ordinance so much as it's an internal policy, right? Or are we going to establish an enforceable ordinance for ourselves? I guess is it a question for Jody since she laughed?
She's like,
Well, technically, yes, we'd have to enforce it against ourselves, but
Yeah.
if we are gonna do something where we're gonna be enforcing public action, that needs to be done via an ordinance,
Okay.
but as landowners, we would be acting as the outward
Got it.
entity rather than an inward policy.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
super helpful. Thank you. All right, that's it for me, but I do want to note that Director Lago got right on this as soon as it was something that was real. And Director Friday, and has been coordinating obviously with him. And well, the question was like, who has to do it, right? And who's best suited to do it? And it was pretty clear that Director Lago was best suited to this. So I really appreciate it. I want to thank the staff at Tetra Tech too for making it comprehensible.
If I might add, so for example, something we've already been doing before this even came about with county properties was our parking lot at Public Works. We have curb inlets so the runoff can get into the vegetation areas, filter through before it even gets to the storm system of the city. So we've been, I guess, forward thinking.
Yeah. Well, you've heard our unfunded mandate soapbox. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more later on in the agenda too, but it's frustrating, but we appreciate the work, and it appears this directly relates to the next agenda item too, so.
Oh,
I
somewhat,
was gonna
yes.
say it
Yeah.
is. It's very good that there is a vegetation management plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, before we move, there was an open question
Oh,
about
yes.
next steps in the process.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next one.
Yes, I'll be coming for you all to actually get this plan adopted, but I want an opportunity to discuss it with all of you. If you have any comments, because I've heard some concerns, obviously, but anything that you would maybe like added or more questions, this is the time if you could bring them up to me, and I can work with Matt and Helen on trying to make those changes before I come back for you, so this can be adopted.
Yeah, I think the biggest question, it seems like, is not just the funding part of it, but the enforcement side. What does that look like? What are other counties doing?
And I can bring that back to you.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, so if
you.
there's nothing further, we will move on to item number I2, which is consideration of approval of the 2022 updated roadside vegetation management plan.
So I'm here, and so is Michael Ward, part of the Road Improvement Advisory Committee. If you have any questions.
Can I just add something? Early on, 8-9 years ago, when I used to attend RIAC and was liaison to Public Works, I watched the folks, vegetation management folks, and saw the level of not only the expertise, they really know what they're doing. I want to thank you, Michael, and the folks that have been really instrumental in that and working with RIAC. But they've been game changers, and they are citizens who've spent a lot of time, endless hours, that plan that you put together and all that. So I want to say thank you for that. I don't think anyone has any idea you guys exist or how much work you do and have been doing, and it's been going on for a long time. So thank you, and please pass that on to your colleagues. And anyway, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, so my only question is the language, or at least the edits, appear to include the TMDL. Are they sort of, does one have to go first and then the other, or how's that working?
Well, it was just, we wanted to point out that a lot of these things within the right of way are going to meet some of the requirements from the TMDL. They kind of were going simultaneously, but we
Okay.
didn't know which one needed to be first. To be honest with you, this started over a year ago. Well, actually, both of these plans.
Right. It's definitely important to reference it, even though it hasn't been adopted yet, because we need to
Right.
have it referenced in the vegetation management plan, because it will be the document, and we will have something adopted for the TMDL, right?
I was just impressed with the level of detail around ditch management. Oh my gosh.
Should come to RIAC sometime.
Didn't know that about our
Yes,
ditches.
These are goals. We want to try to strive. for.
Right. Goals.
Okay,
Well, I would say, actually, I just want to thank both Michael and the team of the Technical Advisory Committee. I really appreciate the work. And it feels more important having this as the basis and something that we can show to DEQ and other regulatory agencies. Like, this is what we're doing now in order to do things like comply with our habitat conservation plan. And it also is the foundation for a Mercury TMDL plan. So thank you. Thanks for doing something that maybe we didn't know would be applied to something else.
If I could just make one.
sure.
Okay.
Wanna-
I'm just here to answer questions, not to do anything else. We do, however, have excellent presentations. So if the board would like to see the results of what we've been doing, because after we adopted the plan, we developed a program to inventory all of our roadsides, focusing on erosion, native plants, and invasive plant species. And particularly the erosion slides are absolutely amazing. We have completed the inventories of all of the roadsides, and this is all volunteers with interns that Mark hires in the summers. But the erosion slides are pretty amazing. And we're now finished with the inventories and are starting to go back and do them again. So this was 3 years ago and this is today. And there are several instances in the county where the erosion is just atrocious. And these are private property owners who seem to really not care that they're losing lots and lots of soil and topsoil, and it comes into the ditches and goes into our streams. And so I think this lays a good foundation for the TMDLs that you're talking about. But if the board would like a presentation on what we're finding with our roadside inventories, we would be happy to do that at a board meeting or at a work session.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Susan will talk for hours and hours.
We're gonna have you do the presentation.
Susan knows her stuff,
Oh my gosh, yes.
like really knows her stuff.
Okay,
Well,
so
Chair, I would,
need to move
I
approval.
move approval of item I2.
Okay, Commissioner Kula moves approval of item I2. Is there further questions?
No, Chair.
Are there further questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Mark.
very much, Commissioner.
Thank you both.
Okay, item I3 is consideration of approval of amendment number 4 to agreement number 1015198 between Yamhill County and Oregon Health Sciences University, OHSU. Board Order 19-307, adding funding in the amount of $29,022 for community-based care coordination, Cocoon program, and shared plans of care, SPOC, retroactive to October 1st, 2022 through September 30th of 2023.
Chair, I would move approval.
Commissioner Starrett moves approval. Are there further questions or discussion?
Only that a Cocoon is a much better acronym than Spock.
Spock. I didn't say Spock. I should have said Spock. Okay.
That's it.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Item I4, consideration of a letter to Oregon's federal congressional delegation to ask for help in delaying implementation of the biological opinion issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service, NMFS, regarding the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP, in Oregon. And this is also a very technical item, and I added it on at the request of Commissioner Yamamoto from Tillamook County. He has asked and reached out to counties sort of around his area to help them weigh in with our federal delegation to ask for some more time and cooperation. I will read his email to me. Hopefully it makes a bit more sense than maybe the letter does, but.
I had to read both a number of times.
Right.
I will say.
So a bit of a background. So on April 14th, 2016, the National Marine Fisheries Service issued the biological opinion, which concluded that FEMA's operation of the NFIP in Oregon violated the Endangered Species Act by encouraging floodplain development that jeopardizes the continued existence of Endangered Species Act listed fish species and southern resident killer whales, and results in the destruction or adverse modification of critical habitat for those species. NMFS directed FEMA to change its floodplain mapping protocols and minimum floodplain development standards and to enforce those new standards against local governments. In particular, it directed FEMA to expand its mapped floodplains, including mapping entirely new areas that have never previously been considered part of the floodplain, and to prohibit nearly all development in these areas except open space, limited agriculture or forest activities or vegetation removal, low intensity recreational activities, habitat restoration, and limited water uses. In all other floodplain areas, they directed FEMA to prohibit all development unless it will have no adverse effect or a net beneficial effect on floodplain habitat. Since 2016, FEMA has worked on several different schemes to implement the requirements of the BIOP. Each of those efforts has faced significant resistance, in large part because FEMA and MFS have refused to recognize existing programs and projects in Oregon that already achieve many of the BIOP's objectives and the limitations that exist on local jurisdictions under our land use laws. Sound familiar? We just talked about some of that. Because FEMA relies on local governments to implement the NFIP's floodplain development standards through the local land use codes, FEMA needs to listen to Oregon counties before deciding what restrictions to impose and how. So far, the implementation plans developed by FEMA and NMFS have unnecessarily restricted development and increased the burden on cities and counties. I urge you to place this on your letterhead and sign on either as a full board or individuals asking our Oregon congressional delegation to direct FEMA to defer any further implementation of the Oregon BIOP until FEMA has worked with the counties to develop a plan that works for us. And he did mention that Congressman DeFazio, I think it was, has been really helpful with their effort. But, you know, essentially, we have a bunch of existing efforts or programs, I guess, that already address these concerns. And FEMA did not include any of that in their preparation for this, nor did they have the counties or the county representatives have a seat at the table. So the letter, see if I have a copy. The letter basically just says, you know, the consequences of not following this directive could be suspension from the NFIP, loss of availability of the policies, and no consideration for disaster relief funding. And we know how important that is on a county level. In addition, local governments will be faced with issues of property takings and inverse condemnation claims. FEMA has signaled that this will become mandatory and it's inconsistent with existing Oregon land use priorities and programs that threaten the livability of and the viability of our communities. And so they have some pretty significant concerns. And they are asking specifically in the letter that we would sign to support language in the December omnibus bill that will delay implementation of this program until there is a national solution that works for everybody. So
I have
hopefully
lots
you
of
don't
thoughts because
have-
I learned a lot about this over the past 24 hours.
Okay,
Okay, if I may.
I was gonna say, hopefully you don't have a lot of questions for me because I.
No, I actually, I was like, it would be unfair to you to expect you to answer them for me. So I read the biological opinion implementation plan, and I believe that both the email and the letter are inaccurate. They create an emergency scenario where there really isn't one. I think it would be better. It's a unique scenario where if it gets implemented, the sooner the plan gets implemented, the better for landowners and fish. And that's because there are so many areas in our county and across the special flood hazard areas where we actually don't have accurate data about what's in a flood zone. And therefore, people may not have flood insurance who need flood insurance. And not having flood insurance obviously is a super bad thing. So, but at the same time, it's good for fish to have these areas mapped out. So an example of it not being accurate is that there's a comment in the letter, and I apologize, Chair Yamamoto and I were not able to connect. I only got one question answered, but he's out of the country, so he was not able to do further conversation. But his comment about low intensity ag and forestry is pretty inaccurate. There's a list of all the farming activities and forestry activities that are not subject to this. It's basically like, it's things like, are you paving the floodplain? And if you're paving the floodplain, you need to stop paving the floodplain if you're a farmer. So don't pave the floodplain. I won't either. I should probably declare a potential conflict of interest at this moment, but so there's delaying implementation means that there are throughout Yamhill County, there will be people who don't know that they're in the floodplain and therefore have not obtained flood insurance who they should have it because otherwise they're not protected. The comment about being dropped from the flood insurance program as well, as you might imagine, because this is FEMA and the NFIP, they want you to be in the flood insurance program. They want counties to be in it. They want counties to be participating, but they also want landowners because otherwise FEMA's, paying for their recovery rather than having the insurance program pay for it. So there's many steps involved in counties and in residents staying in it because FEMA wants people to be in the program. But the quote kicking out or deemed ineligible again is actually just for participants who are in the special flood hazard area. So it's only those individuals who would be not eligible for FEMA disaster individual assistance. If there was a disaster in Yamhill County, for example, and we were for some reason not in the NFIP, and it wasn't a flood related one in these flood zones, people would still be, like if we had a massive wildfire, God forbid, then everybody would still be eligible. It's just for floods in specific flood areas after a long set of processes. So to me, having looked at it way more deeply than I anticipated, I think that implementation needs to happen pretty quickly. As far as the consultation with counties, I would defer to Director Friday, but there has at least the consultation is and has been and is directed to be between FEMA and DLCD staff within communications to counties. I'm not sure what the process and the timing was for that, but I know that's what's supposed to happen. So if counties want a seat at the table with implementation plans for FEMA, then we're going to have to encourage FEMA to include that in their process, but that's not the process that they have so far. So I think it's an important thing. I mean, I think that since counties are responsible for implementing and doing the floodplain management development permits and working with landowners who are in the floodplain, they should be part of a process, but that process isn't, that's not what's been laid out. And so I understand that they, somebody like Chair Yamamoto, Tillamook County has a lot of land that's maybe in or maybe out of the floodplain now once the new maps are installed. But I don't think that should encourage us to I don't think we should delay it because of that. And so those are just my thoughts on it right now.
Well, my understanding and my take from this letter is that there has been this buy-up, and the implementation of it has sort of been confusing, and now FEMA is moving into a national effort. And there could be further confusion, and so he's simply asking for clarity on how these rules affect cities and counties, and also asking to be a participant in the nationwide approach if there is going to be one. So,
And the implementation plan has nothing about a nationwide approach, because this is just the biological opinion for salmonids and southern resident orcas, right? So this is like specific to, and there's a map in the implementation plan, but it's only like an arc. If this is the state, I'm sorry, it's an arc like this, because this is the only area where there is water flowing to the Columbia and out to the ocean that includes salmon habitat, and it even excludes areas that have man-made barriers. So it's the BIOP in implementation plan is just for this area. And there's extensive conversation and bullet points and tables in there about how cities and counties work with NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, in that. So I hear what he's saying. Clearly he has concerns. I just don't see them in the record.
Chair, I think since, and that's all good information to have, and I know we've certainly talked about this before at AOC.
Mhm.
It's been ongoing,
Mhm.
but I think since the letter is simply asking for a delay, we're talking about an omnibus bill in December. I wouldn't have a problem signing on to this letter, whether or not ultimately, it winds up panning out to be something that should be, continued. At least it allows for more discussion at the local level. So I think that's the crux of the letter.
And to clarify, the implementation plan has been delayed by 3 years too. You probably know that and saw that. but-
It's been going on for, I don't know
Yeah.
how many years, but it's been
Right.
going on.
Yeah.
So
Well, and I think, and that it goes back to my point of number one, clarity, right? Implementation of this BIOP has hung like a cloud over the head of Oregon communities for 6 years. And you have property owners who are unsure. I realize that that means you would like to see it go through now because that would provide some clarity, but I think the concern is that they may have a negative impact on folks. And now that they're developing also a parallel, it says FEMA has started a parallel effort at the national level that may conflict with something that's going on in Oregon. So they're requesting some clarity and a step back, and to be able to participate directly and continuously is the language.
Yeah.
So I agree. I mean, I think it's, I know Commissioner Yamamoto to be very environmentally concerned. And certainly Congressman DeFazio is as well. So if that's, if that's the track they're going down and they're asking for help, then I think it's worth saying, hey, we'd like a seat at the table. So if there's no further discussion or questions, I'll move approval of the letter, which is item.
I4.
Item I4. Commissioners, any further comment?
No, Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Starrett and Burschauer voted in the affirmative and Commissioner Kula voted in the negative. Thank you.
So many abbreviations.
Gosh, it's a very technical agenda today. Okay.
Even the next item, it's very technical.
Chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Do you want to do that now or after number 5 before the hearing? It's up to you. I'm good either way.
Well,
Are you
I'm
seeing
sorry, what am I saying? Do I have?
number 5, the McMinnville Fire District item?
Sorry,
Do you have the new,
I have the old.
you have the old agenda? Yes.
agenda. Never mind.
You got it?
Sorry about that. I'm like, what?
Okay,
My apologies.
so after number 5 or,
No, that's fine.
okay.
Let's take a break after number 5.
Sorry, Todd, Adam.
Okay, item I5 is consideration of approval of a board order to initiate the formation of the new McMinnville Fire District and setting the first public hearing date for December 1st of 2022. And we are being joined by Chief Lightfoot and Todd Godfrey, and then Counselor Garvin is back there as well. We might have a couple questions, so I don't know if someone wants to come forward and
And it looks like
Chief?
Christian's ready to go as
Christian,
well.
Oh.
Unmuted.
and there's,
Also, Chair Truman is the city's contract
Oh,
counsel
right.
for this project, so.
okay. Christian, did you want to kind of kick off our conversation?
Yeah, happy to. Really what's before you now is the first step in the county's part of this process. The city, as we've talked previously, came to the county asking us to, under this statutory authority, initiate this process for them. And I've been working with Truman, and he's been working with the city and the district, and have put together the board order that's before you, which essentially kicks that off. So this would be the county's first formal action, initiating the process and then setting the first of what will need to be 2 public hearings before a final decision is made, and this is, if it moves forward, sent to the voters. So hopefully the board order is clear in what it's asking at this point for the county to do. And I expect that when we get to the public hearing that we will have representatives from the district and the city there to also help provide additional information and help answer any questions that the public have.
Great, thank you. I did have a question about, there was some talk about an overlap with forest protection districts. How is that working?
Yes, Chair, the letter was sent and received back from the Department of Forestry,
Okay.
Regional Forester. I got it before the package was sent to the for the agenda item, but we do have that.
Okay.
Truman has that signed letter endorsing the process.
Okay.
Okay, great. And that's not a very large part of,
It was
Okay,
just one
new-
of the check boxes.
one of the. small
Yeah, and
part,
they're
okay.
the about 50% of the 40% of the rural district down Highway 47 and to the west, and Highway 18 and to the north fall into the Forest Grove Fire Protection Zone for
Okay.
forestry.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, commissioners, any questions or comments on the board order?
No, thank you for sitting through the previous meeting.
I learned a lot today.
And I don't have any additional comments. It's great to have this in front of us.
Yeah.
And thanks to my colleagues for being willing to entertain your proposal here. So, and I recognize y'all are doing a lot of work. So thanks for doing all that work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. And so this is the first, setting the first public hearing for the 1st of December. There will be a second, is that correct? Did I miss that?
Sometime in January, right?
January, okay.
Yeah, that's right. If the board moves forward with this, the tentative date that Truman and I have been discussing, and I believe he's been talking about with the city and the district, would be January the 12th. And another piece that will be coming before the board, if we decide to move forward, would be the intergovernmental agreement regarding the cost sharing of the eventual election. And I'm currently reviewing that and hoping to have that before the board in the next week or 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, do I have a motion to approve the board order in item I5?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Starrett moves approval. Is there further discussion or any questions?
No, sure.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will, before our public hearing, we will take a 5-minute break and resume at 12:02. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
At what time?
That's a long break. 11 for 42. Sorry.
We're gonna pick up our drive.
Thank you for doing the what?
Change.
everybody's gonna have their.
Okay. If everybody's back on, we will resume our Yamhill County formal and informal session for October 27th, and we are resuming at 11:43. And we will pick it up at item J, which is our public hearing. Docket number G-01-22. A proposal to update sections for the Yamhill County zoning ordinance to add roads, highways, and other transportation facilities and improvements as a permitted use to the following zoning districts: Parks, Recreation, Open Space District, and Section 405 PRO, Rural Residential Districts, Sections 502 BLDR and 503 DRL, Public Assembly Institutional District, Section 801 PAI, and adding roads, highways, and other transportation facilities and improvements as a conditional use in the following zoning districts: Mineral Resource District, Section 404 MR, Rural Residential District, Section 501 AF10, Commercial Districts, Section 601 RC, 602 NC, and 603 HC, Industrial Districts, Section 701 RI, 702 LI, and 703 HI, Public Works Safety District, Section 802 PWS, Public Airports and Landing Fields District, Section 803 PALF. The applicant is Yamhill County. And Director Friday, if you want to go ahead and kick us off with the staff report.
Yes, the need to have these code amendments was identified in the Land Use Board of Appeals decision related to the Yamhill Trail. Our office had always treated roads in the what I call them exception zones or non-resource zones because they're not our farm or forest zones. We've always treated these as an accessory use. But the LUBA decision concluded that the zoning ordinance did not allow roads in exception areas because they're listed in the farm zone, but they aren't specifically listed as a permitted or conditional use in these other zones. While the need for the code amendments was identified in the trail decision, not allowing transportation facilities in our non-farm and exception areas, the 14 zones that you just named, has far larger implications than the trail, as transportation facilities are not allowed in those zones. And I think, Carolina, can you pull up the slides? Lance put together a whole large batch of slides. I really appreciate that. I think I'm only really going to show 4 of them to give an illustration. And this first slide is just to the south of Amity. You can see the highway going through this VLDR zone that is south of Amity. And all of these are just to illustrate that we have lots of these zones in the county, and we have roads and thoroughfares that go through these zones. And if we need to do improvements, or add a road in a particular zone, are we going to be, what's the process going to be for doing that? Because right now we don't have a way to do that. Can you go to slide 3? This one is a slide of Highway 18, as soon as it comes up, adjacent to the city of Dayton. And the road is, the highway is going from the southwest to the northeast, and it's kind of hard to see, but it goes right through the VLDR zone and the LDR zones and touches a little bit on the city, but it goes through several zoning districts that don't allow roads. Can you go to slide 5? This is to the north east of the city of Dundee, and pretty much everything in between the city Dundee and Newburgh in that corridor area is all going to be zoned AF10, highway commercial, very low density residential, light industrial, all of that in that area that has many roads is going to be in non-resource zoning. And the last one is slide 7, please. And this is Hopewell, just showing that, you know, it's not only next to the cities, but it's also out in the county. This is the intersection of the highway with Hopewell Road. And again, you have the PAI zone is public assembly institutional, the neighborhood commercial zone, and again, the very low density residential zone. So that's just a few illustrations of places throughout the county that we have roads going through these, and I would envision we're going to have more roads in the future. It doesn't come up very often, but it does occur. The initial proposal that I made was placing language in all of these zones as a permitted use. Upon review, the Planning Commission decided to recommend that most of these zones have it added as a conditional use and only have it as a permitted use in the VLDR, PRO, and PAI zones. And I think it's pretty detailed in the minutes, but in a nutshell, I think the Planning Commission felt that, you know, if you're going to be putting in a new road, we'd like to have it be have a land use process associated with it, so that if anyone has any concerns, we would send out notice and get those concerns voiced. The vote of the Planning Commission was 6-1 in favor of the recommendation, and that's the language that you have before you today. Now, as far as process, this is a legislative process, so you don't have to follow the order of procedure with proponents and opponents. You can call up folks in any order you wish to have testify. My only request is that we do have Dan Fricke here from ODOT, and I just would suggest maybe calling him up first if you have any questions of ODOT and how this might affect the bypass.
Okay. So we will do that. Mr. Fricke, if you want to come up and join us. And we'll start with you. And if you could just state your name and address for the record, we appreciate it.
Morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Dan Fricke, Senior Planner, Oregon Department of Transportation, Region 2 Office. Address is 455 Airport Road, Southeast in Salem. Ken and I have had this discussion initially about another project that isn't nearly as far advanced as the bypass, where I happened to notice there was some zoning where we were talking about a very simple project to straighten out a curve potentially that fell in, I think, in the AF10 zone. And so I asked him if I was interpreting your zoning code accurately when I saw that it specifically said anything that isn't listed here as a permitted use is not permitted. And he confirmed that. I went, okay, well, this is something we'll have to deal with at some point. And then we discovered about a year ago, there are some properties associated with phase 2A of the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, which is scheduled for bid let next April. It's to build the interchange at the east end of the current bypass. Some of these zoning districts apply to it. And again, having that conversation is what are our next steps? And he had informed me about this process had started and then had been backburnered for a while because of COVID and other things. And I think in your package was an email that I sent to him asking what the possibility was of reinitiating the process, because we were going to run into a problem with the bypass project because it was moving along very quickly. And I won't repeat what I said to the Planning Commission. I think you saw the minutes, and the only thing, and I wouldn't say it's a correction, but one question that I was asked that I didn't answer very well, I guess I'll take it up now, is it was a question I answered more from a right-of-way perspective, but I think what I was trying to get across, or what the member of the Planning Commission question was kind of like, well, you're ODOT, you can do whatever you want. And that's not true. We are subject to local zoning regulations, just like any developer coming in to develop a piece of property. We have to be consistent with your zoning, and Ken has probably been sick of seeing me over the years with floodplain development permits and an occasional conditional use permit for an ODOT project that we
He's
need to come
nodding.
to the county. Yeah, well, I don't blame him. that's what I'm here for, basically. I'd say that it is, in my experience, it's very unusual for the agency to comment about local code amendments, even if they do affect us, because we feel it's a local issue that you need to decide. However, in this case, we wanted to go on record because of the fairly significant impact to a project that we have programmed for construction fairly soon, that being again phase 2A, the Newburgh-Dundee bypass. So for that reason, ODOT does support the proposed code amendments, at least as they relate to the properties that we need this zoning on, and recognizing that we will have to get a conditional use permit. I believe on 2 of the 3 properties are fallen under the zoning districts that require conditional use, and I've been doing this for a long time and used to dealing with the process, and conditional uses are something we deal with. So that I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. So I have a few questions. The first phase of the bypass has been built and obviously goes through and traverses many different districts or zones. And I'm assuming that there was a process to be permitted to build the bypass. So were you in a position where you were going through any zone where a transportation corridor is not a permitted use?
I wasn't involved in it at that time, and I don't remember what all the zoning was, but I know our people describe it as the largest goal exception in the history of the state that was taken by both the county, city of Newburgh, and the city of Dundee to authorize phase 1 of the bypass. So we went through a very large goal exception process that actually survived almost in total a LUBA challenge. The only piece that was sent back, I think, was to part of the findings that the city of Dundee made, and it was basically we had to change a population projection. So we went through that larger process of the goal exception. So I'm not sure what the zoning is out in that area or what it was. I don't know if Ken can help with that.
It shows, as being pretty much all of these zones are going to have the bypass touch through them. So yeah, and at that time, we considered a road in an exception area to be an accessory use. We didn't consider it to be anything that was unusual. A heavy industrial zone and light industrial zone that allows a motor freight terminal, you kind of think, well, obviously you're going to have roads associated with that. So there wasn't any question to us that it was something that was just outright permitted in those zones. So the issue didn't come up until we had a decision from the trail where it was pointed out, well, you have it in the farm zone, and it was put in the farm zone, I think in the early to mid 1990s. Was a change in state administrative rules and statutes. So we lifted it up and put it in to that zone. It was, the roads and transportation facilities were not placed in the non-resource zone. So we just didn't have it in there, but we thought we were fine because those are exception areas. They allow a lot more uses in those zones. So there wasn't a question until we got that LUBA decision. And that was long after the first phase of the bypass was built.
So Mr. Fricky, you're aware of the process with the Yamhill West Sider Trail and the remands from LUBA. Part of that, what LUBA said was that we don't allow for transportation uses in certain zones. And part of the suggestion was, well, you could fix that by changing your zones, right?
Yeah.
So how are you bridging that from ODOT's perspective? How are you bridging that to the bypass project? Where's the need crossover from the origin of this, which was the trail, to the bypass?
Well, if I understand your question, right now, the zoning that we have in the county where the interchange for phase 2 of the bypass is supposed to be built includes some of these zones where, again, it isn't allowed. So if without this code amendment, we'd have to figure out a different way to deal with that. And we've had a very preliminary discussion probably would require some kind of a zone change, which would be a complicated process, and even trying to find a zoning designation with a zone change that would make sense for these areas would be problematic. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
And
Is it
or to
I
clarify.
just have
Oh,
a
yeah.
few more.
Yeah.
Is it customary for ODOT to ask a county to make such extensive changes to such a long list of their land use zones?
No, as I said, in fact, this is the first time in my experience we've actually ever weighed in on local code amendments. We usually just leave it alone because it is your decision, something you need to do. It's just, again, wanted to support it specifically in this case because of our project to advance a piece of the Newburgh Dundee bypass.
And just for the record, I'm the one that initiated it. And obviously I initiated it to try to address the issue that was highlighted at Luba. Dan's right. We did have a curve out on Highway 22, if I remember right, that it was completely through the AF10 zoning. It was a substantial moving of that road into the AF10 zone. And I had to come up with something because it was right after the hearing that the Planning Commission decided not to go forward with these code changes. And so I just came up with, well, let's see if we can do a non-conforming use. We'll just say it's not, this road, this highway is not conforming to the zone, and we'll have an application process that will send out notice, and this safety improvement, which I want to note that it's an improvement that was for trucks and going along a very sharp corner, and that the trucks are hauling the timber and agricultural products for the county. And I could easily see someone objecting to that non-conforming use or to a conditional use. And so that's why when I initiated this, I was putting it as a permitted use in these zones. And frankly, I'd like to know how does the board want us to handle these in the future? And to me, it's complicated maybe because it's 14 zones, but it's fairly simple. How is it in the non-resource zones that you want the roads to be processed? And a conditional use is fine. And I can see value in that from the Planning Commission's perspective that, as a conditional use, people get noticed about it. They'll know about it. They'll be able to weigh in on it. And that's fine. And if you have them all be conditional uses, I'll be happy. It'll be easier to administer. It'd be fine. But we have a project coming up with ODOT. There's not a way to approve that. We don't have a road zone, so I also don't know what we would do as far as accommodating this one project. I don't know what zone we would put the road into. So that's the issue before you. I really think it's not that complicated. Just how would you like it to be handled in the future?
Well, setting the bypass aside, I'm not aware of any problems that we've had with having roads in Yamhill County. And by that definition, most of our roads are non-conforming uses. And so we do have a process for a non-conforming use. With the bypass, it's my understanding that there is an overlay district around, or a bypass district over the area where you want to put the interchange at Winooski. And that district has its own set of circumstances that could be applied. So how, and I'm sure that's how you've done things in the past with certain projects. So what would stop ODOT from requesting a change to that overlay district that only affects the properties in that area?
I think either way it would start changing the overlay district would require a zone change. My understanding of the overlay district, it still basically memorializes, if you will, the existing underlying zoning.
Right, but it allows for additional requirements or uses.
It could.
Doesn't it usually restrict? Hear me?
That's not my understanding, that it could allow for additional uses. And that's why it's an overlay.
I'm not sure what all the elements of the overlay zone are, but I know one thing it does, it does say that the underlying zoning designations still apply in terms of land use. In the case of the the properties that are affected by the interchange, I think one of them's AF10, one of them is a VLDR 2.5, and the other one is at Public Works Safety, that are all included in the list, and two of those three are conditional uses and the other is an outright permitted. But my understanding of the overlay zone is that it still applies the underlying zoning. And that's my understanding as well.
Okay, well, I'd like to have some more clarification on that, because I'm not sure what the point of an overlay district is if it's going to be subject to the same underlying zoning conditions.
That might be an answer that Director Pratt has.
At least a portion of the answer to that is that the overlay district is to also protect the intersections. And it had a fairly extensive list of things to kind of limit development in those areas to only and limit zone changes in those areas so that we wouldn't have an interchange that was planned for that all of a sudden we had uses that weren't there at the time that the intersections were planned. So.
Okay, is it possible for us to ask the planning commission to develop a new overlay district, like a bypass overlay district? Because they're gonna have
I
this
mean, it's
problem on
always
the road.
possible, but you still have the zones that are out there. And the zones that are out there don't allow they're not clear that they allowed highways and roads. And one other point I think I'd like to make that maybe it hasn't been clear is that we have some properties, I'm thinking of one in particular that is 22 acres. It's zoned very low density residential with a 2.5 acre minimum lot size. So it can be split into a subdivision. I'm anticipating in the next year, someone will make an application to have this be subdivided. And in doing that, someone's going to have to create a road and a 50 or 60 foot right of way that gets dedicated to the public to serve the subdivision lots. And so without an ability to do that in the VLDR zone, I don't know, there's not a way to approve that as a non-conforming use because the road doesn't exist at this point. So you'd have to have not just a mechanism for the bypass, you'd have to have a mechanism for if someone wants to put in a road. And we don't have a road zone that exists. We could try to develop a road zone, but I don't know what that would look like. But if that's something that board wants us to do, then we can try to do that.
Okay, I have more questions, but commissioners, I want to allow you to jump in here if you have questions.
Thank you. A question about, let's see. I'm looking at and Ken made a reference to it, and that is the 14 zones countywide. And yet perhaps we would only need 2 or 3 for the bypass. So we're going to cast a wide net and include 14 zones. So you kind of made, reference to the fact that we might as well do this now. Otherwise, how do you want us to address going forward? So I think that question was already answered, but maybe you can address it in the specific case about the suggestion that we would include 14 different zones.
If I was being selfish, I'd say I'd be perfectly happy with the 3 zones that affect my bypass project. But I think I I think that's a decision for you. I don't know that I really want to weigh in on it. I can only think of the one other case that we mentioned up on Highway 22, or you've got that right angle curve that we would at some point like to flatten out. I can't think of any other places where we have potential projects, and that one isn't anything that's going to be happening anytime soon. So I guess I'll say it this way. My experience in dealing with local zoning ordinances, I haven't seen, usually most of them have got provisions for roads in just about every one of their districts. I know Marion County does, Polk County does in most of them. So your zoning ordinance is a little more restrictive than most that I've dealt with. Now, that's neither right or wrong. It's just the way Yamhill County has decided to do it. And from an ODOT perspective, I think I just say we really don't have an opinion on the wholesale approach to it. I think it's really a decision you need to make, determine if that's what you need to do with your ordinance for some of the future things, and especially some of the things that Ken has mentioned that may be problems in the future.
Thank you for that. As far as this being the timing of this and the urgency of it, has this been something that ODOT has brought up? I don't know, is it typical to bring this up to MWAC, or is it typical to bring it to the planning director's attention, or in some way reference this long before now? Because we're looking at a project that started a long time ago. So it's like, oh, here we are at the terminus of the bypass, and we need to, I mean, it's kind of like a little bit hard to understand how we got here.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Yeah. Dan brought this up December of last year, I took it to the planning commission, and it was right after we had gone through all the stuff about the trail, and I see that we're still concerned about the trail. A lot of the people that rode in are still concerned about the trail. This isn't a way to get the trail back. But I took it to the planning commission in April, and there was an awful lot of concern at that time. So I knew that, probably just letting this sit for a while would be fine. We also have a provision in our code that says that it's 1202.05 that says that, we can process an application if it gets brought in based on a recommendation from the planning commission. And so Dan and I talked about that. I'm the one that decided to wait on this. I thought, I just want to let the dust settle on this. I don't want to make people really anxious about this. And I thought that it would not be that big of a deal when this came back before the Board of Commissioners. Apparently it still is. And but Dan's not the one that delayed this. I'm the one that delayed this. I delayed it until the point where we really were going to need this, partly because it's an illustration that we do need this. We are going to need this at some point. And it's one of those you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. I could have brought it to you in May, and I decided not to. And I'm sure Dan probably would have wanted me to bring it to you in May, but I decided not to. So that's why it's here at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you'd mentioned taking it to MWAC as well. We do briefings for MWAC periodically on projects. And I note that in the letter that Tom Hammer has sent you, that and he's a member of MWAC, said that we had never discussed this particular issue with MWAC. Generally, when we take a project to MWAC to say their general issue is what's the project, what's happening with it, how fast is it going to happen? How much is it going to cost? Those kinds of things. And some of the little things, if you will, this is obviously a little thing to me because this is what I do. But some of these things, a lot of MWAC members don't necessarily care a whole lot about. So we try and tailor our presentations to them to what we think they're interested in. In hindsight, it probably would have been a good idea to mention that we've got this zoning issue, but I didn't, part of it was I didn't want to sound like I was trying to throw the county under the bus. Say, we need all you guys to go out and put some pressure on Yamhill County to adopt these code amendments so we can build the bypass. I didn't want to do that. I don't think it wasn't fair to the process. It's certainly not fair to you.
Thank you.
You still have questions?
Well, just a quick question. So ODOT does projects all over the state and different counties have different zoning codes. Have you ever done a project that needed any type of overlay district on the road or the transportation use?
Yeah. Simple answer. I mean, the one nearest here that I can talk to a little bit about. I wasn't directly involved in it, but I know of it because I've had to implement the overlay zone as we developed a big overlay zone with a trip budget around the Woodburn interchange when we rebuilt the Woodburn interchange in 2015, I guess it was. Very specific trip cap assigning or trip budget assigning trips to individual parcels. In fact, I'm sure you're all familiar with that giant thing that's going up on the west side now. Their traffic study indicates they're going to use every trip that was allocated in their zone and base in the three tax lots they've got. It also it was part of the negotiation with the city in developing the overlay to, especially in the city's case, they didn't want to see a real proliferation of commercial uses out around the interchange. So that overlay has specific provisions for how you can do commercial zone changes. I know we've done others. That's the one I'm the most familiar with. And I can't, I'm not going to say there's a lot of them. It kind of depends on what we're trying to do. And if it's a major project and we feel like there needs to be some protection of the land use around it to protect the overall operation. If we're going to spend, on the case of Woodburn, almost $70 million when we rebuilt that interchange.
Yeah. Okay. But in this, if I'm understanding correctly, when you did phase one of the bypass, it was an exception process. It wasn't an overlay district.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know, was there a zone change that went with that, Ken? I really don't know because I wasn't involved in it.
No, yeah, I'm trying to remember because I wasn't directly involved with it. I did the notices and such, but so I have not read it recently on the decision, but I don't recall any sort of zone change that was done. It was just identifying the corridor, identifying the interchange overlays and what uses could and could not go in those overlays.
Okay. Commissioner Cooley, you had questions?
Yeah, so I was just trying to gain an understanding then, Ken. So I don't think I have any questions for you, Dan. Thank you for being here. But along the lines of what Dan has talked about. So what I'm hearing is that you identify the need for to add this language, and then Dan came as a planner for ODOT and reinforced that need. Is that an accurate?
Yes, yeah. We were.
He was your case of, oh, this is why we need it.
I'm the trouble.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's better you than a developer who's like, oh bleep, how am I going to do my project now? Right.
Yeah, there was, whenever we have any sort of land use decision or administrative rule or zoning, regulation change at the state level, we kind of collect those up. And it was in a batch of amendments that Stephanie Armstrong actually put together. And we decided to take it to a planning commission hearing. And at the time it was, pretty early in COVID. I think it was July of 2020. And it was decided not to shelve this until both COVID was done and the trail was done. And so we shelved it. And I brought it back in April and am bringing it now before the board because there is a need. And, it's a good illustration that, there's not that need that often to have, there's not that many new roads that get developed or redesigned, but it does happen. And it often happens in several different zones, not just one zone. So it really was, to me, a housekeeping issue that, hey, Yamhill County has had a history of being very permissive on trying to allow people to do what they need to do. And we're trying to be no more restrictive than state law. We considered these to be accessory uses to all the other uses that were listed in all of these 14 zones. It was Luba said that's not the way that your code is set up. We said, yep, that's right. It's not the way our code is set up. We need to change that. So yeah, I put it forward as housekeeping amendment. And I've actually just brought this forward by itself because I didn't really want to get it all mixed up with the other code amendments. And those will be coming to you at some point in the future also. So.
Okay, cool. That's super helpful. And then with this, the interchange in Eastern Newburgh, Southeastern Newburgh, as it were. Thank you, Ken, first. Going back to it, you mentioned zone change, and oddly enough, there would be a mechanism, as far as I understand, where you propose to change the zoning to EF, and then there's a conditional use permit process, right, to put a road through. That would be a pathway forward, right? I'm not proposing that, Ken, just so you know.
I think,
But that's one of the oddities of it, right? Is that this is a zone that has a process.
yeah, well, me and my, as I started thinking about this a little more, and I said, we had a discussion, I think after the planning commission hearing, of what the options might be going ahead if without the code amendment, the zone change was a possibility. And as Ken just mentioned, he also mentioned at the planning commission, what would be an appropriate zone out there that would provide what I need, but also is an appropriate zone on some of these small parcels. The other thing that occurred to me just in the last few days, depending on the zone you came up with, the zoning would have to be consistent with the comp plan. So we might also be introducing the specter of doing a comp plan amendment in addition to the zone change.
Yeah.
That scared me even more than the zone change, and zone changes scare me enough as it is. So.
Okay, cool. That's super helpful. Thank you for introducing that, the complexity of it. So another question then for Ken. So right now, if we've had one hearing in my time in office where there was an EFU parcel where they proposed a public road, and I think it's because part of it, there's a parcel further down that wants to do a measure 49 claim.
Yeah, the junkie one.
That's a junkie one. Yeah, okay, that's right. And so in that case, we actually had a process because there's a process in zone for it.
Yes.
If the parcels in question were VLDR, and they wanted to put the road in to get to their parcel, it would be foreclosed now. 3 years ago would have been
as soon as
authorized.
Yeah, as soon as they hit the VLDR zoning, then we don't have a mechanism to put a road in the VLDR zone the way it is right now.
Okay. And then on like my last one, I think along these lines, I'm just trying to think of like what do we lose or gain? So we also, and I'm going to like exclude you for a moment. We have Yamhill County Public Works also changes road realignments. So they would also be subject to all of this as well, right? Okay. That's helpful to me. Okay, thank you. Thanks for floating the questions back.
Okay, well, I think at this point we have some residents who've been waiting to provide public testimony, so I'll
Thank
get
you.
to them next.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Dan.
Appreciate it. And it looks like we have Bob Youngman. Bob, if you want to come up.
This is his testimony. Because I was like, what is this? But now it makes sense.
And Bob, if you could state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
I'm Bob Youngman, 401 East First Street, Newburgh, Oregon, number 757. I want to first start by saying I was born and raised here in this county. And I love it. And I care for it. I care about it. And what we see in our research is that, for example, CPI estimates that the Portland metro area will be, as of 2010, it was 1.9 million. And by 2030, it will be nearly 3 million. Give or take what's happening with the situation and social issues in downtown Portland and the violence and that type of thing. So it's like squeezing a balloon in the middle. The Columbia River is the middle. And that's where we're getting squeezed. So the bottom of the balloon is Yamhill County, Marion County, Polk County. The top of the balloon is Clark County. And so that's what's happening. And that's what's going to continue to happen. And we've done projects, as you know, maybe some of you know, we don't advertise it, developmental projects which required roads. And we built them. And when you look at the evolution from nearly 50 years ago, as of May of next year, of Senate Bill 100, what have we done? Where have we come to? And I am concerned that we are beyond what was originally thought of or planned in the original thinking. And the future of this region is at stake. People want to move here, want to live here, but are having difficulty doing so because there's the availability of livable spaces is not adequate. And so some of you may be aware of the proposal that we have in mind of a connection from I-5 to Highway 18. We've not discussed it publicly, but it's being looked at. And that's an area where we are told by the legislative committee of the House that the population of that area will be by 2040 6 Hillsboroughs. Now, whether that in fact happens or not, we don't know. But by 2040, we could have in the northern Marion County, Clackamas area, Canby area, 6 Hillsboroughs. And that's coming. So we're concerned that what's being discussed will have an impact on our region, on the people. So our concern is, and I believe that in terms of our project, the law says that tolled highways, I'm just quoting from what it says, tolled highways in terms of land use policy and rules and regulations concerning tolled highways as promulgated by LCDC shall be treated as projects of ODOT, of the department, rather than an individual entity or a person. So we appreciate that very, very much. My concern is that I believe that our land use rules and regulations have become onerous and punitive and have put a stranglehold on development, which has limited availability of housing. It's made home ownership for many either in Yamhill County or who wish to come here, a pipe dream and not an American dream. Thank you. I'm open to questions if you have.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions for Mr. Hammond?
I'm just, I would love to know, thank you for joining us today. Are you in support of the proposed changes?
No,
You're opposed to the proposed changes. Can you tell
Yes.
me why you're opposed to the proposed?
because
changes?
experience shows that they're not necessary. Our experience.
Oh, right. I wrote that down and it says that we have developed projects that required roads and we built them. And I'm curious whether that was after the Luba decision, and I'm curious if it was on property that was a public road.
Well,
That doesn't currently
the
have
roads that
property.
we build become public roads because you folks take them over. And we don't own them.
Right. So can you give me an example of a road that you've built in Yamhill County since the Luba decision in a land?
When
use
was
zoning
the
that
Luba
doesn't authorize
decision?
them? So, okay,
No,
thank you.
they were
2018.
before that.
You've
And
built
what
them
we're
before.
planning,
I'm
and
sorry, I just want to clarify. What did you say? Because the
they're
thing cut
before
out.
that.
You built the roads before
Yes.
we discovered that we couldn't authorize them. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you, Bob.
much.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, next up is Tom Hammer. Welcome, Tom. You could state your name and address for the record.
Second. Tom Hammer. I live in rural Yamhill County near Hopewell. I have a letter that I sent in earlier, and I see some of the parts of it have already been addressed. So thank you for reading my letter. I'll paraphrase as I go through it again. The code changes recommended, and I'm speaking in opposition to any code changes. The code changes recommended by the planning director are unnecessary. And I'm going to stop right there and say, planning director indicated that the county has served the citizens in the past and apparently needs to serve the bureaucracy in the future, wants to tighten up the codes to make it easier for the bureaucracy to work, not necessarily for the betterment of the citizens. For those not in government, planning around existing government overreach is difficult. To avoid being damaged economically, citizens must have the predictability of codes and laws at rest, not the uncertainty of codes and laws in motion. Most recently, we learned about government overreach in the actions involving the Yamhill West Sider Trail. We learned unaccountable administrative government in Yamhill County is a real concern and it remains a constant threat. Therefore, when we see these proposed changes to the county code that allows trails on industrial AF-10 zones that have no articulated reason behind them, we are suspicious of hidden agendas, and you should be too. What we've heard today so far, and I'm departing from my letter, is we've heard a list of solutions in search of a problem, but we really haven't had any problems. I think that you covered, thanks for reading my paragraph 2 and responding to it. I'm going to move quickly to the end. If government can't or reduce the already unnecessary regulatory burden on taxpayers, please restrain it, commissioners. Please restrain it to provide a playing field that is stationary so human activity can be planned around known limitations. Leave existing codes alone unless or until changes are needed, and then limit those changes to meet real demonstrated needs that you commissioners agree with. If situations arise where exceptions to codes need review, let elected officials consider them on an individual basis. Only our elected officials can be held accountable, as we have seen demonstrated. Accountability should not be
an optional thing. It should be mandatory. The request made with docket G 0122 should be denied and referred back to the Planning Commission with instructions to recommend only those code changes that are necessary to move forward with the bypass. Specific properties to be affected by any code changes need to be identified, and the rationale for changes to those specific properties need to accompany those recommendations. If there are drivers of the proposed amendments, they too need to see the light of day so that the Planning Commission, citizens, and the elected officials who are supposed to adopt them know what it is they are supporting. The only thing for certain is the code changes before you aren't needed to respond to ODOT's needs. They go much further for undisclosed reasons and ought to be denied. I forgot to start by saying Commissioner Burschauer, Chair Burschauer, and board members, I'm Tom Hammer, so I apologize for
think you told us your
rather
name already.
informal nature. Yeah, I'm just a farmer.
Your reputation precedes you. We know.
Okay. And I'll
Your testimony was clear and I don't have any questions for you.
No question.
amazing.
Thank you.
Thank
Tom.
you.
Okay, next up is Celine McCarthy. Welcome, Celine. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Celine McCarthy. P.O. Box 417 Gaston, Oregon, Yamhill. First off, thank you for allowing me to the opportunity to speak. I have a concern with the changing of these zoning codes, and I'm going to back up and give you a little timeline. So at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, this was back in May of 2020, the Planning Commission met, and the Planning Department presented them with a request to do a permitted use in all the zones to add the roads, highways, other transportation facilities and improvements straight across to the existing zoning codes. There was a lot of opposition, but we weren't allowed to attend the meeting because of COVID. So it was only written testimony. And that's a little tough because when you can't go to a meeting to ask questions or there's not a follow-up meeting, you know, some of your written testimony is questions that never seem to get answered and then decisions are just made. And it was presented as just housekeeping changes. I'm using the planning department's words, and that we just wanted to keep up with the state codes because our zoning codes were more restrictive. Well, there's a lot of county zoning codes that are more restrictive than state codes. They're sort of supposed to be. And I think we're an ag county, and I think a lot of our zoning codes just reflect on protecting, you know, farm ground, forestry ground. So anyway, we weren't supposed to go to the meeting, but I went anyway and sat in the back of the room and listened to the spiel. And, you know, it was just presented very simply. There was no slideshow, no, you know, none of all that maps, nothing about the ODOT issues, really nothing about LUBA wanting clarification, none of that from what I remember, and I could be wrong because it was 2.5 years ago. So I just didn't understand why this presentation was, you know, being pushed so hard when it was during a lockdown situation, when there was so much public opposition. So anyway, I tried to ask a question and, you know,
you couldn't. So I just was a little bit of a pest and took a marking pen, sat in the back of the room and just held up signs like, I have a question, this isn't due process, the public should be allowed to speak. So the planning commission then all of a sudden got a lot of emails. They got flooded with emails and concerns that there's this Luba County lawsuit going on with the county. And so they decided to just postpone the meeting to a later date so that maybe the public could attend. So this was in May, so they postponed it to July 9th, 2020. So initially it was supposed to be here in the basement. And public was supposed to go in one at a time and everybody else was supposed to sit in the hall like cattle. And, I didn't think that was safe. So I called the health department and said, that's really not acceptable. So then it was moved to the MAC Center in downtown McMinnville. So that planning commission meeting probably had more people attending than in their entire history, because there had to be probably 100 people. It was right during COVID and probably not safe to assemble, but whatever. So people weren't just objecting to whatever their opinions were on the proposed zoning changes, but why this meeting was being pushed when it was just housekeeping changes, in the height of the pandemic. So anyway, the planning commission decided to just table the meeting until after the pandemic and COVID and everything slowed down. So so then fast forward to this spring. So I guess the pandemic's over and they had another meeting this April. Well, now it's like all of a sudden a different presentation. We've got ODOT present. They're having troubles finishing the bypass. They had a slideshow and showed all these roads they were having troubles with, especially in the zones AF10, PWS, and VLDR 2.5. And then the planning department was wanting to, again, change all the zoning codes in all the zones. And I didn't really, I was kind of shocked with all of a sudden now there's kind of more like a presentation, like it wasn't an issue to ODOT before, they weren't involved, and none of this LUBA stuff was said in the initial one. Then all of a sudden, I don't even think it was said in the second one, but I don't remember. But anyway, so you just kind of start questioning things like why do they want to change all these county zones? And can't ODOT built the project this far and now all of a sudden they need to have the zones changed. And I mean, do they ask all the other counties to change the zones? And then if it's like so urgent to do all this because they can't finish the bypass, this meeting was back in April, but then now it's waited until now to, have it being brought before you guys. So it just seemed like if it was so necessary, they should have brought it back up in April to you guys if it's such a big problem. So says turnover and slow down.
It's good to hear yourself.
I'm sounding like somebody else that reads off the teleprompter, right? Okay, so, I'm a native Oregonian and I like our land use laws and I'm a big advocate for property rights and, especially for protecting the farm ground and forestry ground, because I think a lot of our zoning laws were established to, protect all that. You have one zone that affects the next and the next, So now it's being presented that some of these zones are going to be permitted, other ones are going to be conditional. It was supposed to be cleaned up the language. Well, I don't think the language is cleaned up at all. It's more vague than ever because before it said, you know, roads, transportation, whatever is not permitted. Well, what exactly does transportation facilities and improvements mean? I mean, it's like, that's like really vague. There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, does this mean like an AF-10? You know, my neighbor can build a whatever, like an airplane hangar or a train station, light rail freeway. I mean, is this new roads? Is this existing roads? It's what? I mean, this is like a whole big can of worms, you know, transportation facilities improvements. I mean, I get roads, highways, but it's all this other stuff. And, you know, development has been happening in Yamhill County for years. And seems like housing developments came in, they put their roads and they didn't have to change all these zoning laws. So I'm just saying, I'm just kind of questioning all this. And I'm just kind of concerned with some of the property owners, that the neighbors or whatever, how some of these changes get affected. And if it's under conditional use, well, hey, you dang near have to hire a lawyer to clarify what all that means, which costs money. So I don't know. I think the planning commission was a little hasty and maybe didn't research it enough or ask a lot of questions. They didn't really seem to ask a lot of questions. They just listened to the spiel and it sounds really nice, but you know, I just think that there's a lot of unknowns and what ifs. So, you know, to recap, I guess I'm in opposition to changing these codes. Even after today's meeting, I have a lot of questions or things I have to kind of think about because there was a whole new different presentation. I think whatever Luba said a couple years ago, I think that's all under that maybe needs to be explained, maybe by an attorney, because I don't exactly know what they all said or how they said it, or even if they did mean that, because I don't know if it was taken out of context or what. But I think our codes have worked for years. I'd like to leave them as is. I don't think they're necessary. I think ODOT can find solutions like it always has to be able to finish their projects. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak and be part of this due process. So I'm Celine McCarthy and I approve this message.
Thank you, Celine.
Thank you, Celine.
Thanks, Celine.
Okay, and it looks like our last piece of testimony is Catherine Jernstead. Welcome, Catherine.
My name is Catherine Jernstead. I'm here representing Friends of Yamhill County. That organization operates out of a post office box, 1083 in McMinnville. I personally reside out on Mineral Springs Road on the family farm established in 1891. Chair Bershauer, Commissioners Sterrett and Kula, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Friends of Yamhill County works to protect natural resources through the implementation of land use planning goals, policies, and laws that will maintain and improve the present and future quality of life in Yamhill County for both urban and rural residents. I will say that we've been following this from back in its earliest days when it was the big package. And I was there at the Kent Taylor Center and have been very much impacted by the drama around the trail. But I think it's so important, as Mr. Friday has tried to convey, that this is not a trail issue and that whatever the past practice was of assuming that these were allowed, he has now been given clear direction from a competent jurisdiction that that is not going to be acceptable. and I think it's prudent for them to have embarked upon a discussion. I'm very pleased that this has been separated out from the general package because it absolutely dominated those early hearings. And so that the other proposed changes weren't getting a good airing. But again, as he said, this has far larger implications than just the trail. And ODOT is one of them that we've heard about today. And also the Planning Commission worked to try to negotiate a path forward. And there's no doubt that there are constituents for and against every mode of transportation contemplated here. There were those who didn't want it because then there'd be bicycles out there. We've heard a lot about this morning about the implications of paving and road runoff and those sorts of things. We also have our habitat plan and issues having to do with wetlands and flooding. And so this is so much more interconnected than most of us really have any exposure to. So I think that to move forward with any proposal that gives an outright permitted use risks running afoul of the public and some of these other interests that we have. Again, if we've currently been informed that our previous way of saying, okay, to roads isn't acceptable anymore, we do need to look at solutions and best practices going forward. With that in mind, we're advocating that they all be conditional uses, allowing that threshold of review, which may be tedious. And I can tell you from personal experience, it can be time consuming to respond, but I believe it meets the public concerns for supervision without burdening the process with things like overlay districts and zoning changes and some of these sorts of things, which are both a huge consumer of staff time and may divert attention from other critical issues. I'm having a heck of a time wrapping my head around exception areas and exception zones. And so I called our regional representative at DLCD to ask about that. And she admits to being new to the job, but had some familiarity with some of the issues, but she was not able to find a docket G-1-22. I have since found out that the county is relying on that original G-1-20 procedure through them. And they have publicly noticed it. So in that sense, they've met that side of the equation. My concern would be if the new language needs to be submitted to DLCD for review, but again, that's not something that I'm involved in. Again, we raised a number of other more technical issues in our previous letter, but I really do feel that moving it to a conditional use in all situations addresses the potential legal liability to the county and provides opportunities for public participation, and hopefully would also promote more discussion of the impact that these decisions have on our commons, so to speak, our wetlands, waterways, habitat, native plant and animal communities. So, thank you for your time and attention.
I have a couple of questions,
Yeah.
Catherine. When you, in the beginning, you said you're glad these were separated out. I'm assuming you're referring to the EFU, the resource zones that were originally part of the discussion, or what do you mean?
No, separate. The original G1 had issues having to do with composting and again, it's been a long time now, but it was a very comprehensive list of changes. This was just one among many subjects
Okay.
that it touched on.
Okay.
And Ken has
Um,
alluded to that with these being things that are forthcoming.
Okay. And then did Friends of the Friends of Yamhill County, did Friends of Yamhill County oppose the Yamhill West Sider Trail?
Based on that there are constituencies for and against every mode of transportation, we could not reach a consensus and so did not participate in that process.
I think that surprises me, considering how involved you are in other land use processes. And that's always kind of fascinated me that you didn't have a position on the trail.
We had among our membership and board very strongly held positions, but they were divergent. And we don't move forward if we can't move forward with a unified voice.
Okay. You said, you talked about how we can't approve roads anymore. Who said that we can't approve roads anymore?
That roads are not a listed use. I'm perhaps badly paraphrasing what Luba said, is that they have told us that our roads, our rules do not allow us to do what we thought they did.
Okay.
In these particular zones that don't have it listed.
Right.
But that doesn't factor in our exception process that we've used for the bypass, or doesn't factor in our non-conforming use process.
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that, and you see other counties and what they do as well, but would you agree with the statement that Yamhill County's zoning codes and the restrictions that we have are particularly meant to protect the underlying primary use of that zone?
I'm not familiar with other county zones, codes. I work in Yamhill County or at the statute level. I haven't got the mental energy to learn other
Okay.
counties.
I'm just saying, based on the conversations we've had about other land use issues that have come before us, your testimony seems to be consistent that you're concerned about the underlying primary intention and use of the zone. So when we start adding in things like, bed and breakfast and all these other things that start to erode the integrity of the underlying zone, then we run afoul of our own land use purposes, right?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay.
Urbanization in urban areas and farm, forest, resource, those activities elsewhere. But we have this whole rather expansive area. And some like to think of it as a ring around the urban, but it's not. It actually is spread all over the county. So I think we sometimes are too development application specific in our focus and not necessarily looking at cumulative impacts.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Instead? Okay.
Thank you for this. I appreciate it. I had asked our assistant county counsel about one of the terms in here, and she told me that PAPA was post-acknowledgement plan amendment. Are you regarding when you spoke to DLCD?
Yes, I never got anything useful about exception areas out of the phone call. But I know that when we do these kinds of zone changes, there is a process by which DLCD is notified. And, you can follow at their website and they will share what the county has said about hearing dates and things like that. I don't know if I had assumed we were still working under the 2021 or, I have seen the document, I participated in the hearings, but she raised this question and I had technical questions about compliance and impacts. that she said that they didn't have the information. But she did follow up with an email this morning saying that it was relying on 2020, but they would still like to see the actual language. Again, this phone conversation went way off the rails of what I thought it was going to be. And I think it's important to follow process. What I don't know, because I'm not involved in that side of things, is whether or not that's been completed here.
Okay, well, thank you for submitting this.
Commissioner Brewer?
I don't have any more questions for you. Catherine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Catherine. Appreciate that.
Very helpful.
Okay, is there anyone else that wants to provide public testimony that I don't have a sheet for?
There are 2 people on the Zoom and I don't know
Okay.
in the attendees.
If you're online, please raise your virtual hand.
I'm guessing not.
Okay, I'm guessing not. Okay, so we don't really have a structure necessarily for legislative. Are there any, I guess I'll start with clarifying questions. Are there any clarifying questions about the process or about our zones or any of these specific zones that we're talking about before we really get into an overarching discussion?
Yeah, I think that my question for Director Friday would be, with this proposed change, whether it be all permitted uses, or sorry, some permitted uses and some conditional, does that give us some process in all zones now? Or are there some zones that still need it? Because forgive me, I don't know all the zones.
This would provide a mechanism to do roads in all the zones.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great.
If I'm
So there would be a
understanding, yeah.
process then. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
I guess my question is, who told us that we have to change all of our zones to allow for roads?
You don't have to, if you don't want to. It's up to you as to what you would like to do. I'm gonna say, I don't know how we would approve a road, let's say in a very low density residential zone. If we had a subdivision and the road's not listed in that zone, but is listed as being a use in the farm zone, the way our code is set up, if it's specifically listed in one zone and not listed in the other, then the conclusion is that it's not allowed in that other zone. So that's the concern.
Okay, so if that's how it's being interpreted, why do we have an exception process or a non-conforming process?
We have a non-conforming process because if something is established, but it's not allowed in a subsequent code, it allows you to look at that and see if there's a way to allow it or continue to allow it, or allow a modification of it. As far as the exceptions process, that was really specific to the bypass. It's been close to 20 years, and I honestly don't remember, the exceptions process, other than we were identifying a corridor and then we were identifying an overlay zone to deal with those intersections. So I don't know how you would just lift out an exceptions process and put it to be road specific to something like a subdivision. It seems like you'd have to have some sort of a zone to apply that to. So I don't have a way to answer your question, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So.
Okay. Commissioner Starrett, any technical questions or clarifying questions?
Yes, I have a technical question about a potential process if this were referred back to the Planning Commission and they were asked to come back with something specific to this particular project. Is that something that would just basically be something we would have to agree to do. But is that something that would be a possibility? Or do we have to make these determination today?
Yeah, I don't think you have to make the determination today, but in order to not delay the bypass project, my recommendation would be to put it in as a conditional use in the zones that the bypass is affected by, and then send the rest of it back to the planning commission but with some clear direction on what is it you want the planning commission to do. Do you want us to develop like a road zone? What is it that we would be looking at in these other zones, like the heavy industrial zone? Is that something that we should have additional restrictions for roads in a heavy industrial zone, or a light industrial zone, or a neighborhood commercial zone? I don't mind taking it back. I just want to know what is it that you'd like us to do?
Well, that, again, thank you for that. That would be something that perhaps if the board wanted to go in that direction, that could be a discussion.
And it probably would be a work session then with the board to maybe tell us what
Right.
you'd like.
Mhm. But the earlier component and the primary component of our discussion or any decision today would have to do with conditional use for this project.
So, my understanding, sorry. You wanna go?
I just have a couple, it's not in depth. It's just, do we know for sure if there is a interchange overlay zone and or a bypass overlay?
Yes, we have an interchange overlay zone section. I think it's like section 906 of our zoning ordinance. I'll get you copies of that if you'd like to read through it.
But I mean, is there one existing over the Winooski interchange right now?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there something that overlays the entire existing bypass?
I'll have to look. I believe there is, but I don't have that in front of me. So.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Cooler, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify. As far as I understand these things, if we're looking to make a decision that's different than what the planning commission made, we can do that now.
Right, so that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
This is something we could do and we don't need that extra step unless we want to get further involved
In rewriting code.
beyond,
Yeah.
beyond what we're going to offer today.
Right.
And it's section 908 is our interchange overlay district. And I can get you copies of that.
Okay, so if everybody's kind of through the technical stuff, I suppose we can open it up for discussion. It's just is sort of an overarching feeling. I don't see the urgency behind this, even from the ODOT perspective. If it was truly urgent, we wouldn't be dealing with an email that they sent, months ago and sort of now it coming in front of us. And truly, since they've followed another process for phase 1 of the bypass, and this is an extension of that, it doesn't really make any sense that they would endorse sweeping zoning changes in any county, let alone ours. And I just, Yamhill County, our zoning codes, they exist, and I said this earlier, they exist to protect the integrity of the agricultural nature of our county. They exist to really protect and further the overarching goals of our state land use laws. They exist to protect the underlying purpose of that zone, to the point where we have lengthy discussions about, deteriorating, the purpose of a zone. And we've had those before, as I mentioned, with, B&B discussions and whatever. And so I'm really struggling to see the need. I don't know of any specific requests that have come forward in any of these zones, setting, notwithstanding ODOT, where this is a pressing issue. And I'm concerned on another level that we have a bunch of landowners, property owners that are in these zones that have not been brought into this process. And they're not aware that this is happening. So, on the outset, if there's a problem that we need to deal with ODOT and the bypass, then I'm all ears. We can deal with that. But I do think, as one of our residents testified, that it needs to be more of a surgical approach so that we are not eroding our existing land use codes to the point where we're putting others and their property rights at risk.
Chair, I think, to me, the process or the issue before us has to do with the bypass. And I would like to see that be what we address in this. And when you look at the number of zones that are being implicated in this, there are a lot. And, it's been mentioned during this discussion that this doesn't happen all that often. And I would like to see us address each one as it comes up. And I believe right now the bypass code changes would be what I would be interested in addressing strictly at this point.
So the bypass has three at this interchange, the Winooski interchange has 3 different zones, as I understand it, that are in play. I suppose I would take it a step further and say, instead of addressing the zones, whether it's making something a permitted or conditional use, I would rather look at the options available to us in the overlay, where we can literally carve out the area that will be impacted by the interchange and say, you have further allowances of doing X, Y, and Z, and it would minimize the impact countywide on people who own property in that zone, exist in the zone, et cetera.
Yeah, and that's 3 zones compared to 14.
This is
Right.
really interesting to me because I'm hearing a lot of concern about protecting landowners, and this is as I understand it, this is really a proposal that will allow landowners to do things that our planners have always let them do up until 2018. So what I'm hearing from you is different than what I understand of the existing and previous process. So while I appreciate, for example, the gentleman who said, well, I've always done this, and I'm like, that's great, you can't do it now. With regards to an overlay, it's forgive me for not understanding the process. I don't believe that the purpose of an overlay zone is to carve out one individual area and say, you can do more than the rest of us in this one particular part of your zone. We heard testimony from Dan Fricky that the underlying zoning still applies. So if the underlying zoning doesn't have roads and other transportation facilities in it, then it still can't happen. And perhaps that's a question for Director Friday. But since we're in deliberations, I just want to
We didn't actually establish that. Nobody seems to know whether or not you can add conditional uses in an overlay district on top of the underlying zone restrictions. My point is that what's the point of the overlay district then? To be more restrictive? I don't think that's the point of an overlay district.
Well, I'm happy to hear from Director Friday on the purpose of overlay districts and also how one goes about that. But I'm also a bit confused by what your comment is about applying a conditional use to an overlay zone with an underlying zoning on it. I'm just getting lost in the technical jargon right now, I guess. So I'd love to hear from Director Friday, if I may, Chair.
The bypass overlay district does go along all of the bypass. I just saw the overlay in the maps. But I don't know, the overlay is really to protect the corridor and the bypass, the way that it's written in our code. So I would have to do more research in order to give you an answer about, well, can we just modify this overlay district and then a property that might not qualify suddenly that does qualify? I don't know that. I just don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, it would seem like if we are allowed to do that, that would be the simplest, most direct, most surgical action to take in order to alleviate ODOT's concerns in finishing the Winooski interchange. And
So-
obviously, you know, this wasn't requested, as far as I know, it wasn't requested back when they built phase one. And they had a process that they went through there. It sounds like they followed a similar type of process with Woodburn. And so that would be my suggestion, would be to have perhaps the planning commission look at what we are allowed to do in the interchange overlay and see if we can't come up with something that's more surgical.
Well, while I appreciate your suggestion, I looked very closely at the comments and observations in the minutes of the planning commission, and that's a pretty different thing than your proposal is very different than what the planning commission sent to us. I mean, for me personally, I think that the compromise of sorts is put it in, but make sure it's in conditional use. Because it is clearly a very specific, unique cases. But I don't want to have, you know, a landowner come to the planning counter and say, hey, there's 4 houses here that are all going to be accessed by this road, and have the planner say, well, you can't do that because we don't have anything that exists in our code. It's a very specific example. And maybe that's something you want to prevent by not authorizing either a conditional or a permitted use process. But I will say that we should be clear about that as a board then, that we don't want people to be able to build roads, including
Well, we
our
have
own public works department.
Well, we have a process for non-conforming uses. I'm not sure how this changes. If we don't do anything, that doesn't change.
So I would love then to hear, because it's not my understanding that the non-conforming use process is not the appropriate tool as far as I understand, but Director Friday probably has other thoughts about it.
No, I think that's true. It's really not an appropriate process for making decisions about putting in new roads. It's not a way to put in a new road. I came up with using the non-conforming use on a highway improvement to give a process at a time when really it couldn't come to the planning commission or board to talk about this. So you know, I just want to know what the policy desire is on the part of the board. What would you like me to enforce? And I will enforce whatever the board comes up with. And if, but a non-conforming use would not cover a new road. So I can bring examples of subdivisions that are, you know, have been applied for in the past that we probably would not be able to approve. Because if it's in the very low density residential zone and we don't have a mechanism to approve a road, then those subdivisions that require a road, which most do, would not be able to be approved.
So a follow-up question to that for Director Friday, if that's okay, is because what I heard from you, Chair, was that and some other testimony, including both in the Planning Commission packet and in our own, was the protecting of the ag and forestry landscape. And I just want to be really clear that right now, And I believe that this is true. That's why it's a question for Director Friday. I believe if you wanted to put a road in on forest land or farmland, there's a process right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if your baseline understanding values is we don't want roads on farmland or forest land, we're going to need to remove those. And that any decisions that are in this packet aren't really related to that.
Are you talking about public roads or private roads?
I'm talking about roads as defined here in this packet. Because right now there's a
Public roads
process.
through farms?
Right now there's a process for putting a road on farmland or forest land.
Which process are you talking about? Putting a public road in or a private road?
Publicly dedicated is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Chair, if you were, for example, I don't own VLDR, so I'm going to use it as an example because it's less potential conflict of interest-y. If you wanted to, if you were building a house because you're allowed to build a house on VLDR, and you wanted a road, you would just put in the road. There's nothing that we can do to stop you, or there's no permission that we need to grant to you, because it's the driveway to your house. It's only when it's a publicly dedicated, correct? Okay. So in terms of the protection of natural resources or not, this is really only with respect to public rights of way and roads. It's not with respect to putting a long driveway into your house, and maybe even paving that driveway. Because we don't have a process for that.
Right. And this goes back to the LUBA comments that there was no process or allowance for the trail, right?
I'm not talking about the trail at all right now.
But that's where this came from. That was.
No,
this is-
so you don't need, there's no
the
permission.
genesis of this was from the discussion and the remands that came out of the trail, because it was not a permitted use.
Oh,
certain zones.
I'm not talking about trail. So if I wanted to build a road across our farm, which would be awful because I'd be graveling farmland, I could do that right now. I don't need, there's no process. There's no
But there's a
permitting
big
that's
difference
required.
between that and a public road.
Right, exactly. Yes. And so there is a process for a public road on farmland. We've had the hearing, we've had a hearing up on Junkie, and there's a process for forestry, but there's not a process. And we now know that it's not allowed on BLDR, for example. But somebody who wants to put a road in on BLDR to go to their house or their shop, they can do that right now. And likewise with a heavy industrial zone, for example, right? They can't put in a public road. So if somebody, now I know that it's not, if, for example, there was heavy industrial land zone in the county out on the 3 Mile Lane area plan, and they wanted to develop their campus, right, where there's multiple businesses in there, they would have to put in a public road.
Right, and there's no process for them to do that.
Unless we approve this.
Well,
I'm learning so much today.
yeah, and I think that's the problem, is this is such a wide sweeping proposal that I would rather, excuse me, deal with these on a limited basis, because I do worry about the impact to folks who have property in these zones and who are not aware that we are making perhaps a conditional or permitted use for public transportation, roads or trails or otherwise.
You're worried about neighbors, right? Typically what we do is we worry about when we're restricting the ability of a landowner to do what they want. That's kind of the process, right? Rather than what neighbors might do.
Just to go back to the planning, the minutes of the planning commission meeting. Our director, Ken Friday, said a conditional use would be better than nothing because right now we don't have an avenue. So looking at that conditional use option, it's, better than nothing as Director Friday mentioned, because there's no other option to add or to fix roads in those zones. So that's kind of where I'm leaning at this point.
Can you state that again? Sorry, I was looking through the packets
Oh,
for
it's
that,
on
that comment.
page 6 of the
Okay.
planning commission. It's at the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
It says Ken Friday, and then right before Dan Armstrong closed the meeting, the hearing at 8:05, page 6.
So have we
Yeah,
notified all landowners in every single one of these districts? And if we did, when did we do that?
No, we did not. Legislative changes, we post in the newspaper, and they come before the Board of Commissioners. The only legislative changes that are required to be noticed are ones that are more restrictive. So if we have anything that's more restrictive, there's a requirement for what's called a Measure 56 notice to all affected property owners and notifying them of the timeline.
Okay.
And that's because this should, in theory, this is expanding what people can do with their land rather than restricting it.
Right.
But
I go back to the genesis of this, which started with the Yamhill West Sider Trail and has morphed into ODOT's request, which isn't really ODOT's request, but I would like to focus on solving the needs of ODOT first. And I don't really know how I feel about changing all of these different zones to be less restrictive at this point.
well, thank you, Chair. I think that my position on this is that while I appreciate the Planning Commission's work and their care with pulling out some areas where it's a permitted use, I think that if we're going to be adding this into the code, I really do agree with Catherine Jernstead that to me, the most appropriate path forward is to have a conditional use permit process, because it is a big deal, right? Putting in a public road facility is a big deal. And I think a conditional use permit is the appropriate way to do that going forward. So my recommendation would be to add, switch out some of the permitted for, and I know there's only a few of them, but. And all due respect to the Planning Commission, but I read through their testimony and their deliberations, and I felt like that's the best way going.
Sorry, Celine, you said you have a question? Oh,
If we're gonna have an interaction, Chair, I've just asked that it's up to you. They have to come up to the microphone to make sure that we can
Okay.
pick up into the recording if the board's going to allow that. Again, I'm kind of looking at process. It's a little bit different process wise.
Yeah, you can take public comment. It's not a hearing.
Right.
okay. So Celine, if you have a question, feel free to come up and.
But it is a hearing.
Oh, and Selena brought up the question, and I should have actually asked for clarification. This was about the transportation facilities. So I'd love to hear that from
Yeah.
Director Friday
Yeah,
when
that
he
is
gets a
one
chance.
of my questions.
Oh, okay.
Celine McCarthy, P.O. Box 417, Gaston 97111. So yeah, that's my clarification is like, what exactly is a transportation? I mean, I understand the roads and I understand how people want to build a road if they're developing a piece of property that's meant to be developed. But there's transportation facilities and improvements. What's that mean?
And, that was something that we discussed at the Planning Commission. I read in here what Dan Armstrong said. There was a lot of concern about, well, is a road, a trail, a highway, what do we want to have on these? And Dan said, a road, you can ride a bicycle on the road, you can ride a horse, you can walk. So when we say road, we're dumping it all in there. I think we're trying to define this too much. Having other transportation facilities is good because if we needed a bike path, that would be covered. And then he talks about, I travel Highway 47 quite a bit, and the white line, the fog line, several inches, several sections are just crumbling into the ditch. I've seen little kids try to do that ride. Paulette Alexandria says, I've seen cyclists huddling on the side of the road while a log truck went by them inches away. Dan Armstrong said, trying to define this down is too narrow. It's going to get difficult. So saying conditional use will make it on a case-by-case basis and would require notice. Yeah, as far as a transportation facility, if we're going to have it be on a conditional use basis, then whatever is proposed would be in the notice. It would go out to the neighboring property owners. They would be able to say whether they are in favor of it or opposed to it.
That was helpful. Thank you.
But I mean, is a facility a building?
I would say no, it's probably not a building.
Well, then maybe that needs to be clarified more, because it was like my corny example. If I have AF10 land and my neighbor wants to build an airplane hangar, that's a transportation facility or whatever they want to build. And even if it is a conditional use permit, and I am not an attorney, so I don't get all this stuff, but I would have to prove with an attorney that whatever my neighbor is building is going to impact me. Now, if I'm a farmer, boom, I get it, because there's a lot of farm impacts. But if I'm just an AF10 owner and I don't have cows or something that are going to get spooked, I don't have nothing. I got bare land.
And
So your neighbor can do
airports-
whatever.
Well, airports are specified in what zones they can and cannot be.
Well, that was a corny example. I'm just saying it's called a transportation facilities besides just a road.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going back to, what the chair of the planning commission said, which is, looking at these on a case-by-case basis. And, but those larger facilities like an airport is something that it's allowed in the farm and farm forest zone and some certain other areas. You could have a helicopter landing strip, but that's not, because it's specific in those zones, it isn't allowed under this provision.
And my other question is, if some of these zones, if it's a road where there's an existing road, then your land use codes, or at least in EFU, are different if it's along a road, be cyclist or a walk trail, versus through your property, or if it's on both sides and it's not really a highway, it changes the impact cost. So I just see a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. That's all. So I'm just really skeptical. I mean, I get it if you want to do a housing development or something, but I'm just kind of an advocate for property rights. And so I'm just kind of thinking how one zone impacts the next zone, impacts the next zone, and eventually it gets to the farm zone. But I'm just thinking that if it's a city zone next to an AF10 zone, there's some kind of impact, and it could be a conditional use, but gosh, you have to hire an attorney and try to interpret what all that is. And so it's just, it's just a little cumbersome to property owners.
And Chair, I'm hearing lots of good thoughts in there, and I think we have an option if we don't want to have somebody have a cumbersome process and hire an attorney, and that would be to put it in the permitted use. And I'm not advocating for that, but I just want to say that is an option. And I would remind us that in exclusive farm use and in forestry zones, there is a process already, a conditional use permit process to put in a road and transportation facilities. So we have that now. And again, we could remove that if we wanted to. I don't think we could make it a permitted use though. And I'm going to ask Ken.
In the farm zone?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it. Yeah.
But my question isn't, I understand the farm zone, but my question is if something's a conditional use in an industrial zone. So let's say the person next door in the industrial zone, let's just say it's vacant, you haven't built your industrial building or something, so if you're applying for a conditional use and gee, how is this going to impact your neighbor? Well, if nothing's there, there isn't going to be an impact. But maybe there shouldn't be a road or a trail or a, I don't know, a bus barn or some building or whatever you guys call a transportation facility in that zone.
So your concern is that somebody doing something on their own property, which is, I would say private property rights is
Yeah,
when you
yeah, I
do
guess I'm
something on
kind of
your own
concerned
property.
about private property.
You're concerned about somebody doing something on their own private property affecting the future private property rights of somebody who hasn't done something in the same zone.
Right.
And I wouldn't be concerned about that, I guess.
No, I think what she said is she's worried about the impact to the surrounding property owners.
In the same zone is what I heard.
Well, maybe the same, I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but the same zone, the next zone, I mean, there's different zones that neighbor other zones that are gonna impact.
Right, so Chair, I would say that conditional use permit process is the appropriate path if somebody who is adjacent to a proposed action is concerned, because that's, we, in the conditional use permit process, we look at impacts to neighbors, right? That's the purpose
Right,
of
you
it.
look at impacts, but if there isn't an immediate impact, okay, but there could be a future impact, you could have this industrial zone, they want to build, I don't know, building, road, whatever. And then you're in an AF10 zone. Well, maybe you don't have any cows there right now, but in the future you plan on having cows or whatever. So it isn't an impact now, so you would lose the case on the conditional use. That neighbor would get their conditional use because it doesn't go by the future of what that zone can have. It goes by what is existing there right now, I think. I'm just saying, it just seems like all these zones are gonna impact other zones with even their conditional uses. I just have concerns, that's all.
Chair, it looks like Catherine Jernstead also has a comment to make.
Thanks, Celine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celine.
Catherine Jernstead, Friends of Yamhill County. I've been accused of getting lost in the weeds many, many times, but in this case, I think we need to return to the question before us is new information regarding transportation facilities was provided. However unhappy the circumstances or frustrating the event, it's new information. So going back to what was before is really not on task. And with regards to the conditional use process and some of the frustrations of it, property rights are a double-edged sword. It means that you can do what you want with your place, but it also means the guy or gal next door can do what they want. And if you don't own it, you don't necessarily have a say. And this is a global issue, and I have very strong feelings on it, but it's not relevant to the issue at hand. A element, whether you want to consider it a shortcoming or a feature of our current land use system, has been brought to our attention that our language is in conflict with a past practice. Done. We have a new line in the sand. If we want people to be able to do subdivisions, and I'm no friend of subdivisions, I'm very concerned about wetland impacts and all those other things. The conditional use process at least allows a venue for discussion. And then we can try to make our case one way or the other about it. But, trails and on private property that are open to the public, and there are other issues at work here. But generally, we need to be orderly in how we approach development because we know it's going to happen. It's the rights of property owners to do it. So to me, it seems like adopting transportation facilities as a conditional use allows us a chance to have a more deliberate discussion specific to the case of it. And this has, it is inappropriate to focus it on bad feelings about the trail or too narrowly on the bypass. This is a piece of information that has a more global impact, and we can move forward in a controlled way. I really hope that we cannot get so sucked down in this that we do end up with some kind of emergency or inappropriate action in the future. Non-conforming use is for something that exists, and we're talking about future potential transportation construction here. So I will step down off my soapbox before I fall down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to go back to the genesis of this proposal, which is and was stated as recently as last week, that the genesis was the process by which the county was going through on the Yamhill West Sider Trail. And it should not surprise anyone that there is this heightened level of scrutiny and hesitation based on that process. A lot of people spent a lot of money trying to defend their property rights against the actions of the county. And as far as I've seen, there's been no acknowledgement of the behavior of the county in the process of the Yamhill West Sider Trail. So it should be no surprise that we have significant concern over a proposal that's coming forward with the stated genesis of being from the trail. The trail has since been foreclosed upon. We've made that very clear. We continue to make that clear because there are entities in this county who would like to keep pushing it forward, despite the fact that they have no right to. And now this proposal has shifted seemingly to something that ODOT needs us to do. And we just heard from Mr. Fricke earlier that it's not necessarily something that they're requesting we do. It's not something that they have a history of requesting other counties to do. And so I feel like we're running around in circles trying to figure out what the actual problem is. What's the genesis for this? It's a massive sweeping solution in search of a problem that we don't have. So I'm going to go back to my original proposal, which is if we need to solve some issues for ODOT in terms of the bypass interchange, let's direct the Planning Commission to figure out what our options are around that interchange in those three zones, figure out what our options are on the interchange zone by overlay or the bypass overlay, and see if we can't solve that problem first. I'm not willing to make sweeping zoning code changes based on a very small problem that ODOT says that they have, nor do I buy that it's even urgent, because if it was urgent, they would have been knocking on our door months ago when the first email came through. We have land use laws in this state for a reason. They are pretty restrictive for a reason, whether you agree with it or not. And Yamhill County zoning codes have existed in the past to protect the integrity of the underlying zone and the purpose of that land. And so if we're going to go forward and talk about allowing something as significant as roads, highways, and other transportation facilities in all of these different zones, I would like to reach out to the public, the landowners, property owners in those zones, and ask them for their thoughts as well.
Chair, to your comment about referring it back to the Planning Commission to give us some direction or input regarding those particular code changes necessary just to move forward with the bypass. Why isn't that something we could do at this point?
Because no one seems to know what our authority is in issuing more or less, I guess, suppose less restrictive activity within the overlay zone. Nobody can answer that question. So I think we need to have that answered first.
I think what Chair is saying that she wants to go through the overlay process and you're perhaps referring to
No,
zoning.
I understand
okay.
that. That's okay. And that's important. And we do have some questions regarding the overlay district. But again, what is it that is the planning commission going to be able to answer those questions? Or is that a question that our planning director can answer specific to the overlay district?
I'm not sure.
allowances?
I mean, I think if the answer is that yes, we can allow roads and transportation uses in an overlay or interchange zone, I don't know if that's just something that if the planning commission has to actually vote on that and include it in that particular overlay zone. It's my understanding that they're particular, unique zones.
Each one of those.
Yes. Right.
I'd love to address, oh, wait,
I
was
think,
that a
I
question?
think Director Friday has a response.
You know, I can show you the maps that we have adopted as to where these are. But I don't have, you know, off the cuff, some ability to tell you where the new bypass is, or the new development is going to go in those. And so anything that we did to modify that would have to go to the planning commission and eventually to the board. And I don't know if it's going to solve the question that you've got, which is, can we allow transportation facilities in the underlying zones? That's the issue is, and when these were developed, we didn't have that as a question. Now we have it as a question, and I don't have an answer for you as to whether the overlay would do anything to resolve that. And I could easily see, you know, let's we send out notice on this, and someone decides that they don't like it the way that it's going to be redesigned, and they want to oppose it. You know, they have the right to do that, whether it's a conditional use or whether it is an overlay. So I'm still back at, you know, in these zones, you don't have a mechanism to do roads or highways or transportation facilities. And we used to interpret that we did. And, you know, I just can't say it any clearer than that these zones don't allow it the way that our code is written. And I think, you know, it was obviously an oversight. It was a mistake from decades ago that when we put it into the farm zone, it wasn't thought that it was going to adversely affect these other zones. Well, it does affect these other zones. And I very much appreciate the, you know, we don't want to affect farmland, but these zones aren't farmland. These zones are exception areas. The only one that you could kind of call a resource zone would be the mineral resource zone. So you're not really adversely affecting farmland. And if you don't have these in your code, I could maybe think of situations where you might then be telling a developer, well, you can't put your road through the AF10 or VLDR zone, but you can put it through the farm zone. And I don't think that's what the board wants to see happen, and not what I want to see happen. And so, you know, I understand that, you know, hey, we're wanting to protect property rights, but to me, putting them in as an option does far more to protect property rights and giving the property owner an option than not having it at all as an option. But that's, that's my view, and it's up to the board.
So, so ODOT, when they built phase one, these properties clearly are not all the same in terms of zoning. So they went through an exception process. Does that exception process involve any type of, compensation to or mitigation of impact to those private property owners that they're going to have this bypass go right through their property?
I don't think they own the land that the bypass is on. Forgive me for not knowing this, but I believe that the bypass land was purchased.
They bought, I was gonna say
Yeah.
purchased the
Yeah.
property prior to.
Yeah.
But the overlay district, if you're talking about, was there compensation for the placement of the overlay district? I don't recall anything like that. Only the actual physical corridor that was purchased by ODOT.
I guess a
But
good example.
I'm not the expert on it. It would be ODOT and probably their procurement section that would be able to answer that.
Okay, so they purchased the corridor, but not all of these zones allowed for a road or highway, so
Yeah,
therefore.
that's correct, because we, at that time, in the early 2000s, at that time, thought that they were allowed, that these zones did allow roads to go through because it was something that was accessory to the uses that were already there. So we just treated them as an accessory use and in those zones. So a heavy industrial zone or an AF10 zone, both have activities that involve motor vehicles, and we concluded that that was a use that is allowed in those zones. And it was only, 18 years later that we found that, well, no, the way our code is written, it doesn't clearly state that you can do those activities. And so I can easily envision an opponent of some sort of development coming in and saying that, well, it doesn't say that you can do it in here. Show me where it says you can put a road in to provide access to this resource industrial zoned cannery or winery that is out in the farmland. And, if it's not listed there, then we won't be able to do that.
Okay, so is that what precipitated the exception process?
No, the exceptions process, I think, was just to say, hey, this is the corridor, this is where we're going to go. And then there was an overlay put on top of the area that said these are the uses that we're going to allow in this. And there were some limits that were placed on property owners. So notice was provided to those property owners that that there were going to be limits on what they could do. But again, it still reverts back to the underlying zone. Does the underlying zone allow it? At the time that that was all done, we thought it did. We thought it allowed roads, and the way the language is, the interpretation of LUBA, it hasn't gone to the Court of Appeals. So I don't know if the Court of Appeals would agree with LUBA, but in talking with attorneys with ODOT